Coffee in the 10-minute break. A reminder on platform 2 that we have 5 lifters. And for the rules for anything less than 6, we need to add 1 minute of compensatory time. So after our final attempt on each attempt, we will put 1 minute on the clock. On platform 1, we have the 76 kilo class. First lifter on platform 1 is going to be Nadina Taharali of Guyana. Platform 2, Kyle de los Reyes of Isle of Man. Nadina might be strong. I don't think she's opening at 999 kilos. There we go. First lifter on platform 1 will be Ruthie Norton of Northern Ireland. Isle of Man on platform 2 for bench press. That's time. We're missing a referee on platform 1. I'm missing a side referee. Bar is loaded on platform 2 for De Los Reyes of Isle of Man. Stop is Elizabeth Windle of England, 85 kilos being loaded on the bar. Good lift, 3 white lights for Elizabeth. Amelie Mayo. Kilos. Bars loaded for New Zealand, platform 1. Good lift, 3 white lights, platform 2. Jordi Goliath for his bench opener. Christina Fordyce opening at 100 on squats. Bar is loaded for South Africa, platform 2. Nice speedy squat there from Christina, 3 white lights. Fiona Wallace of Australia will be up next, 105 kilos, platform 1. Bars loaded, platform 1 for Fiona Wallace of Australia. That's a no lift, unfortunately. 2 yellow cards for platform 2. Kenneth Chinuai of Malaysia, 105 kilos on the bar for his opener. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Malaysia. 3 white lights and a good lift for Fiona Wallace of Australia. Benita Bloom of South Africa, 112.5 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded, platform 1 for South Africa's Benita Bloom. Three white lights and a good lift on platform 1 for Benita. Next up will be Bobby Jo Williamson of New Zealand, 115 kilos for her squat opener. That is a good lift in 3 white lights on platform 2. We will now run 1 minute of compensatory time on platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1. Let's go, Bobby Jo. Nice comfortable opener there for Bobby Jo. That's a good lift. And 3 white lights on platform 1 for New Zealand. Kylie Dwyer of Australia up next, 115 kilos. The bar is loaded. And that's time on platform 2. We'll now head into second attempts. 97.5 kilos for Kyle de los Reyes of Isle of Man. 115 kilos here for Kylie Dwyer of Australia. Bar is loaded for Isle of Man, 97.5. Let's go, Kyle. And it's a no lift, unfortunately, for Kylie. 2 red cards for depth on her squat. Karina Fai of Canada, 120 kilos on the bar. She'll be followed by Hungary. South Africa to get ready, platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1 for Canada, Karina Fai. It's a no lift, unfortunately, for Kyle on platform 2. Next up will be Jordi Goliath, South Africa, 102.5. And that's a good lift, 2-to-1 on platform 1. Anna Stegi of Hungary, 135 kilos on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Hungary. Let's go, Anna. Bar is loaded for South Africa. Platform 2, Northern Ireland, get ready. Guyana to follow platform 1. Good lift in a 3 white lights. Nadina Sarali of Guyana, 142.5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Guyana. Gets the rack command. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift. Next up, platform 2, Corey Jameson of Northern Ireland. Be followed by Sri Lanka. 102.5 for Corey. Looking nice and strong from Nadina. It's 3 white lights and a good lift. Joanata of USA, 145 kilos on the bar. Great Britain to get ready. Bar is loaded for USA. Let's go, Joa. Group 2, 5 attempts to make changes on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Northern Ireland's Corey Jameson. Nice speedy opener there for Joa. 3 white lights, and it's a good lift. Heather Tagg of Great Britain is up next on platform 1, 150 kilos. Be followed by Northern Ireland. Bars loaded, Heather Tagg, Great Britain, platform 1. Great push there from Corey. He gets 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Rajapaksa Shana, Sri Lanka, 105 kilos on the bar, platform 2. And it's a no lift, unfortunately, for Heather. That's 2 red cards for depth. Next up on platform 1, we're into second attempts. Ruthie Norton, Northern Ireland, 77.5. Bars loaded, platform 2 for Chana of Sri Lanka, 105 kilos. Bars loaded for Ruthie Norton of Northern Ireland. Come on, Ruthie. And it's 3 white lights on both platforms. Good lifts. Platform 2, we have Kenneth Chinyuwai of Malaysia coming out for 112 kilos. On platform 1, we have England's Elizabeth Windle coming out for 92.5 kilos. Bars loaded for Elizabeth Windle on platform 1. Bars loaded for Malaysia on platform 2. And that's a good lift on platform 1. 3 white lights for Elizabeth Windle of England. Next up on platform 1, we have Amelie Mayo of Canada, 107.5, to be followed by Fiona Wallace of Australia. Bars loaded for Mayo of Canada. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift. And again, we're going to add 1 minute of compensation time on platform 2. Great drive there from Amelie. She gets 3 white lights and a good lift. Next lifter on platform 1, Australia's Fiona Wallace, coming out for 110 kilos. She'll be followed by Christina Fordyce of New Zealand. Bar is loaded for Fiona Wallace of Australia. New Zealand, get ready. Isle of Man to get ready on platform 2. And that's time on platform 2. On now to third attempts, 97.5 for Kyle de los Reyes, Isle of Man. Kyle missed this on his second attempt. Let's get behind him as he comes out on his third. Great drive there from Fiona on platform 1. Good lift 2-1. Next lifter will be Christina Fordyce, New Zealand, 110. Bars loaded for De Los Reyes, Isle of Man, platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1 for Fordyce of New Zealand. Australia, get ready. Come on, Kyle, let's get it this time. Two more attempts for changes, platform 2. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Fordyce of New Zealand. Next up, Kylie Dwyer of Australia, 115 kilos on the bar. Oh, unfortunately, just a bit too much for Kyle today. Round of applause. That is a no lift. Next up will be Jordy Goliath, South Africa, 107.5. Bar is loaded for Kylie Dwyer, Australia, platform 1. Come on, Kylie, let's get it. Sri Lanka to get ready on platform 2. South Africa on platform 1. Great drive from Kylie there. Referee says a good lift and it's 3 white lights. Next up, Bonita Bloom, South Africa, 120 kilos on the bar, platform 1. Bar is loaded, 107.5 for South Africa, platform 2. Bobby Joe Williamson to get ready. Bar is loaded on platform 1 for Bonita Bloom, South Africa, 120 kilos. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Bonita. Bobby Joe Williamson, New Zealand, 120 kilos on the bar. Should be followed by Canada's Corina Fai. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Geordie on platform 2. Bars loaded, platform 1 for Williamson of New Zealand. Chana, Sri Lanka, 107.5, platform 2. No more changes to openers in group 2 on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Chana of Sri Lanka. Jameson, Northern Ireland, get ready. And it's 3 white lights for Bobby Joe on platform 1. Good lift. Next up, Corina Fai of Canada, 125 kilos. Hungary to get ready. Bar is loaded on platform 1 for Corina. Good lift, 3 white lights for Chana on platform 2. Corey Jameson, 107.5 kilos. Be followed by Malaysia. Bars loaded for Northern Ireland. Let's go, Corey. Strong looking second there from Corina, referees say. Swing on a side, referee. That's a good lift. Having a bit of a technical difficulty with the lights. Anna Sashegi, Hungary, 145 kilos on platform 1. Guyana to get ready. Drive it up, Corey. Oh, just not to be today, unfortunately. A little bit too heavy. Round of applause for Corey Jameson. Kenneth Chinyuai of Malaysia up next. 115 kilos on the bar on platform 2. Bar is loaded on platform 1 for Hungary, 145 kilos. Guyana, get ready. Bar is loaded for Malaysia, platform 2. And it's a good lift and 3 thumbs up on platform 1. Next lifter will be Nadina Taharali of Guyana, 147.5 kilos on the bar. Great Britain's Heather Tagg to get ready. Bars loaded for Guyana, platform 1. Gets the rack command. Referees say good lift 2 to 1. And it's a good lift, 3 white lights on platform 1 for Nadina of Guyana. On platform 2, we're going to head into group 2. Next lifter on platform 1 will be Heather Tagg of Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Heather Tagg of Great Britain, 150 kilos on the bar, platform 1. And that's a good lift, 2-1 for Heather Tagg of Great Britain. Rashida De Silva will be coming out for her opening bench on platform 2, 50 kilos for Sri Lanka. Joa Ayanota of USA on platform 1, 152 kilos. Northern Ireland to follow on platform 1. Bars loaded for Ayanota of USA. Let's go, Joa. De Silva and then Murray on platform 2. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Joa. As we move now into third attempts on squats on platform 1, Ruthie Norton, Northern Ireland up first, 82.5. Bars loaded, platform 2 for Rashida De Silva, Sri Lanka, 50 kilos for her bench opener. Scotland, get ready, platform 2. Bars loaded for Ruthie Norton of Northern Ireland. Come on, Ruthie, last squat. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for De Silva on platform 2. Next lifter will be Nicola Murray of Scotland, 52.5 kilos on the bar. 3 white lights and a good lift for Ruthie Norton on platform 1. Bars loaded, Nicola Murray, platform 2. Elizabeth Windle, 100 kilos on platform 1 for England. Pisano, get ready, platform 2. Bars loaded for Windle for England on platform 1, 100 kilos. Very speedy looking opener there for Nicola Murray. 3 white lights and a good lift for Scotland. Next up, Martina Pisano of England, 52.5 kilos, platform 2. 3 white lights and a good lift for Elizabeth Windle, platform 1. 112 kilos for Fiona Wallace of Australia. Bars loaded, platform 2 for England's Martina Pisano, 52.5. Canada to get ready, platform 1. Northern Ireland, platform 2. Bars loaded for Fiona Wallace of Australia. Last squat, Fiona. Lovely looking bench opener there for Martina. 3 white lights and a good lift. Next up, Laura Martin, Northern Ireland, to be followed by Megan Norris of Wales. Bars loaded, platform 2. Big drive, Fiona. She stays with it all the way to the top. Referees say 3 white lights, and it's a good lift for Australia. Next lifter on platform 1, Amelie Mayo of Canada, 115 kilos. Should be followed by Christina Fordyce of New Zealand. Another speedy looking opener here on platform 2, 3 white lights. Bar is loaded for Mayo of Canada, platform 1. Megan Norris, bar is loaded, 52.5 kilos for Wales on platform 2. Kaylee Phillips to get ready. Looks like a nice speedy opener. Platform 2, 3 white lights and a good lift. 3 white lights and a good lift. Platform 1. Kaylee Phillips up next on platform 2, 55 kilos for Wales. Christina Fordyce, 115 kilos for New Zealand on platform 1. Dwyer and Pereira to get ready. Bar is loaded for Christina Fordyce, New Zealand, 115 kilos for her final squat. Let's go, Christina. Bar is loaded for Kaylee Phillips of Wales, 55 kilos, platform 2. Great fight there from Christina. 3 white lights for Kaylee, and it's 3 white lights for Christina Fordyce. Ursula Pereira, 60 kilos on the bar, platform 2. Kylie Dwyer, Australia, 120 kilos for her final squat. Bonita Bloom to get ready, and Kaylee Mercer to get ready. Bar is loaded, platform 1 for Kylie Dwyer of Australia, 120 kilos. Bar is loaded, Ursula Pereira, 60 kilos. Referee says a good lift 2-1 for Kylie Dwyer of Australia. Bonita Bloom, South Africa, 125 kilos on the bar. She'll be followed by Bobby Jo Williamson of New Zealand. Nice speedy bench there from Ursula. 3 white lights and a good lift. Bars loaded for Bonita Bloom of South Africa, platform 1. Kaylee Mercer up next, platform 2 for Scotland, 62.5. Bars loaded for Kaylee Mercer of Scotland. Bonita gets it to the top. Referees say 3 white lights, and it is a good lift. Bobby Jo Williamson, New Zealand, 125 kilos. She'll be followed by Fahy of Canada. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Kaylee Mercer of Scotland. Next lifter will be Julia Muto, 70 kilos. Bars loaded, platform 1. Bobby Jo Williamson, 125 kilos. Julia Muto, 70 kilos on the bar, followed by Leonie Tapman of England. Let's see it, Bobby Jo. Bar is loaded for South Africa on platform 2. Referee says a good lift and 3 white lights for Bobby Jo Williamson of New Zealand. Next lifter will be Karina Fahy of Canada. 127.5, be followed by Hungary. 3 white lights and a good lift for Muto of South Africa, platform 2. Leonie Tapman of England, 85 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded on platform 1 for Canada. Let's go, Karina. On platform 2, we'll have Leonie Tapman, followed by Megan Lee Smith. We do have a rack height. We need a rack height for Leonie Tapman. It's a good lift for Karina Fahy of Canada. Next lifter, platform 1. 3 and 3 is the rack height for platform 2. Anna Sashege of Hungary, 147.5 kilos on the bar for her final squat. Bar is loaded. 3 and 3. Rack height 3, safeties 3. 85 kilos for Leonie Tapman. Bar is loaded. Bar is loaded. Big drive, Anna. 3 white lights and a good lift there for Hungary. Nadina Taharale, Guyana, 150 kilos on platform 1. Be followed by Joa Ayanota of USA. Bar is loaded. Platform 1 for Guyana. Let's go, Nadina. Nice speedy looking opener there for Leonie on platform 2. Referees. 3 white lights and a good lift. Megan Lee Smith of New Zealand, 97.5 kilos on the bar for her opening bench attempt. And then we will head into seconds. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Nadina on platform 1. Joa Ayanota, USA, 157.5 kilos on the bar for her third squat. Bars loaded for Megan Lee Smith, New Zealand, platform 2. Bars loaded for Ayanota, USA, platform 1. Let's see it, Joa. Great drive there from Joa on platform 1. Referees say 3 white lights, and that is a good lift for USA. Heather Tagg up next, 157.5 kilos for Great Britain. Be followed by our next group. 3 white lights and a good lift for Megan Lee Smith of New Zealand. Nicola Murray. Bars loaded for Heather Tagg, Great Britain, 157.5. Nicola Murray of Scotland, platform 255. No more changes, platform 1. Great drive there from Heather Tagg. 3 white lights and a good lift for Great Britain. That concludes Group A on platform 1. Bars loaded for Nicola Murray of Scotland on platform 2. She'll be followed by De Silva of Sri Lanka. We are now moving into Group 2 on platform 1. First lifter is going to be Angela Lauder of Scotland, 115 kilos on the bar. She'll be followed by Pauline Watson of England. Bar is loaded for Angie Lauder, Scotland, 115 kilos on the bar for her squat opener. Nice and speedy from Nicola here on platform 2. It's 3 white lights and a good lift. Rashita De Silva, Sri Lanka. 3 white lights and a good lift for Angie Lauder on platform 1. Next up, Pauline Watson, England, 115 kilos. De Silva, Sri Lanka, 55 kilos on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Watson on platform 1. Bar is loaded on platform 2 for De Silva, Sri Lanka. Cosner and Norris to get ready. 3 white lights and a good lift on platform 1 for England. So no lift, unfortunately, on platform 2 for Sri Lanka. Ali Cosner, New Zealand, 122.5 kilos on platform 1. Megan Norris of Wales, 55 kilos on platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1. Bars loaded on platform 2. England and Canada to get ready. It's 3 white lights and a good lift on platform 2 for Wales. Next up, Martina Pisano, 57.5. Good lift for Ali Cosner on platform 1. Gillian Sproul of Canada, 125 kilos next week on the bar for platform 1, to be followed by Lisa Harrington of Great Britain. Pisano will be followed by Martin. The bar is loaded on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Canada on platform 1. Three white lights and a good lift here on platform 2 for England. Laura Martin up next, 57.5, to be followed by Phillips. And that's a no lift, unfortunately, on platform 1. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Laura Martin. Lisa Harrington is up next on platform 1. 142.5 kilos for a lifter representing Great Britain. Should be followed by USA. Bars loaded for Harrington, Great Britain. Three white lights for Laura Martin on platform 2. Kaylee Phillips up next, 60 kilos for Wales. Three white lights and a good lift for Lisa Harrington on platform 1. Next up, Siri Hugan of USA, 145 kilos on the bar on platform 1, followed by Netherlands. Phillips of Wales on platform 2 will be followed by Pereira of Australia. Bars loaded, platform 2 for Phillips of Wales. Bars loaded, platform 1 for Hugan of Team USA. Oh, she had a really good fight at it, just was a little bit heavy there, unfortunately. No lift for Wales. Ursula Pereira, Australia, 62.5 kilos up next. She'll be followed by Kaylee Mercer of Scotland. Great drive there from Hugan on platform 1. Three white lights, good lifts. Next up will be Lapanda Mampikan of Netherlands, 155 kilos. Bars loaded for Pereira of Australia, platform 2. Scotland, get ready. Platform 1, it's Netherlands, followed by New Zealand. Bar is loaded, 150 kilos, platform 1, from a Mampikan of Netherlands. Moves nice and quick for Ursula. She gets three white lights. It's a good lift. Kaylee Mercer of Scotland, 65 kilos on the bar for Kaylee. Be followed by Muto of South Africa. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift for the Netherlands on platform 1. Suellen Lug of New Zealand, 162.5. Bars loaded for Kaylee Mercer, platform 2, 65 kilos. South Africa, get ready. New Zealand and Scotland on platform 1 up next. Bars loaded for Suellen Lug of New Zealand, 162.5, platform 1. Lovely looking second there from Kaylee Mercer. 3 white lights and a good lift. Julia Muto, 72.5 up next on platform 2, followed by Leonie Tapman. Bar is loaded for Muto of South Africa on platform 2. Good drive there from Suellen. Referees say good lift, 3 white lights. We are moving into second attempts on platform 1. First up, Scotland's Angela Lauder on platform 1. Be followed by England's Pauline Watson. And that is a good lift and 3 white lights on platform 2 for Muto. Leonie Tapman of England up next with 90 kilos, and be followed by Megan Lee Smith of New Zealand. Bars loaded for Angie Lauder of Scotland on platform 1. Bars loaded for Leonie Tapman, platform 2. And it's 3 white lights for Angie Lauder on platform 1. Good lift. Next up, we have Pauline Watson of England, 120 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Canada's Gillian Sproul. Bar is loaded for Pauline Watson of England. Lovely looking second attempt there from Leonie Tapman of England. Good lift, 3 white lights. Megan Lee Smith, 100 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. And then we will move into third bench on platform 2. That's a no lift, unfortunately, on platform 1. 2 red cards for depth for Pauline. Gillian Sproul's up next for Canada, 125 kilos on the bar, be followed by New Zealand's Ali Cosner. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Megan Lee Smith of New Zealand, 100 kilos. Bars loaded for Gillian Sproul of Canada, 125 kilos, platform 1. Moves nice and quick on platform 1. Unfortunately, it's a no lift. 2 red cards for depth for Gillian Sproul on platform 1. Next lifter will be Ali Cosner, 130 kilos. 3 white lights and a good lift for Megan Lee Smith on platform 2. Bars loaded for Ali Cosner on platform 1, 130 kilos. On to third attempts on platform 2 on bench. Nicola Murray of Scotland, 57.5. Be followed by Megan Norris of Wales. Moving well for Ali Cosner on platform 1. Good lift, 3 white lights for New Zealand. Next lifter, Lisa Harrington, Great Britain, 150 kilos. Lisa will be followed by Siri Hugan of Team USA. Bars loaded for Nicola Murray of Scotland on platform 2, 57.5 kilos. Bars loaded, Lisa Harrington. Platform 1, 150 kilos. I'm looking at both platforms. There's 3 white lights and a good lift for Nicola. 2 white lights and a good lift for Lisa. That was 2 Scottish lifters simultaneously. Megan Norris is up next on platform 2 of Wales, 57.5. Siri Hugan of Team USA on platform 1, 155 kilos. Bar is loaded for Wales on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Team USA, platform 1. Three white lights and a good lift there for Siri Hugan. No lift, unfortunately, for Megan Norris on platform 2. Lapanda Mampikin of Netherlands, 160 kilos on the bar, platform 1. Laura Martin, Northern Ireland, 60 kilos, platform 2. New Zealand and Wales, get ready. Bars loaded, platform 2 for Northern Ireland. Bars loaded, platform 1 for Netherlands. Three white lights and a good lift for Laura Martin, Northern Ireland. Next lifter, Kaylee Phillips of Wales, 60 kilos for her third bench. Three white lights and a good lift for the Netherlands on platform 1. Sue Ellen Logg, New Zealand, up next, 170 kilos. Bar is loaded on platform 2 for Wales, Kaylee Phillips. 60 kilos for her final bench attempt. Pisano of England to get ready. Platform 1 is going to be New Zealand, followed by England. Bar is loaded for Sue Ellen Logg, New Zealand, 170 kilos. Great drive there from Kaylee. Referee say it's a good lift and it's 3 white lights. Next lifter, Martina Pisano of England, 62.5 kilos, followed by Pereira of Australia. Pauline Watson, get ready, platform 1. Bar is loaded on platform 2. Martina Pisano looking to finish on 62.5 kilos. Just a little bit heavy there, unfortunately, for Sue Ellen. Good catch from the spotters. That's a no lift on platform 1. Pauline Watson now for England, 120 kilos, going into final attempt squats on platform 1. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for England's Martina Pisano. Ursula Pereira of Australia up next, platform 2, 65 kilos. She'll be followed by Kaylee Mercer. Platform 1 will be Pauline Watson, followed by Gillian Sproul. Bars loaded for Pauline Watson of England on platform 1. Final squat, Pauline, come on. Bars loaded for Ursula Pereira of Australia, looking to finish on 65 kilos. That's a good lift, 2 to 1 for Pauline Watson. Next up, Gillian Sproul of Canada. Gillian needs this lift to stay in the competition. Let's make sure we get behind her. Bars loaded for Gillian Sproul. Good lift on platform 2. Let's get it, Gillian. Come on. Kaylee Mercer, Scotland, on platform 267.5. Let's go, Jill. Let's get it, Canada. Bars loaded for Kaylee Mercer, Scotland. Great drive there from Jill. Referee says a good lift, 2-2-1. Great recovery from Jill Sproul. Let's lead to the lights on platform 2. It's 3 white lights and a good lift for Kaylee Mercer of Scotland. On now to squat thirds. Angela Lauder, Scotland, 125 kilos. The bar is loaded. Julia Muto, Republic of South Africa, 75 kilos, platform 2. Let's go, Angie. Bars loaded for Julia. Let's go, Julia. Looking to the lights on platform 1. It's 3 white lights and a good lift for Angie Lauder of Scotland. 3 attempts for changes, platform 1. Next lifter will be Ali Cosner, New Zealand, 137.5, followed by Lisa Harrington of Great Britain on platform 1. Big drive, Julia. Bars loaded for Cosner on platform 1. 3 white lights and a good lift on platform 2 for South Africa. Leonie Tapman up next, 92.5 kilos on the bar for England, to be followed by Megan Lee Smith. Three white lights and a good lift there for New Zealand's Ali Cosner. Great Britain's Lisa Harrington up next on platform 1. 157.5 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for Harrington, platform 1 of Great Britain. Bars loaded for Tapman of England, platform 2. Last attempt for changes to openers, platform 1. Huge drive there from Lisa Harrington. Referees say good lift, 2-1. Referees on platform 2, it's 3 white lights for Leonie Tapman. Final bench press coming on platform 2 from Megan Lee Smith of New Zealand, 102.5 kilos. On platform 1, we have Suri Hugen of Team USA, 160 kilos. He'll be followed by Netherlands. This is the last bench attempt on platform 2. Bar is loaded for USA, platform 1. No more changes. Bar is loaded for Megan Lee Smith of New Zealand, 102.5. Three white lights and a good lift for Hugen of Team USA. Lapanda Mampiken of Netherlands, 165 kilos on the bar, be followed by Suellen Log, New Zealand. Lovely looking third attempt there from Megan. It's 3 white lights and a good lift, and that concludes bench press on platform 2. We'll take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break on platform 2. Bar is loaded on platform 1 for Netherlands, Lapanda Mampiken. 165 kilos. New Zealand, get ready. Great push there on platform 1. It's a good lift and 3 white lights. Suellen Log of New Zealand up next, 170 kilos on the bar. Final squat in group 2. Let's get behind her. Come on, Suellen. 170 kilos on the bar. Let's get after it, Suellen. Nice and strong there. Referee says a good lift, 2-1 for Suellen. As we now move into group 3 on platform 1. First lifter will be Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland, coming out for 115 kilos. Be followed by Spain. Bars loaded for Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland. Come on, Lisa, easy opener. A little bit of a misgroove there, unfortunately, for Lisa. It's a no lift. Next lifter will be Eulalia Baltronvieta of Spain, 120 kilos on the bar, followed by Hope Powers of Australia. Bar is loaded for Spain, 120 kilos. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Eulalia. Hope Powers of Australia up next, 120 kilos, followed by Senga Dent of Scotland. Bar is loaded for Hope Powers of Australia. Lifters on platform 2, you have 3 minutes for changes to deadlift openers. Let's go, Hope. 3 white lights and a good lift there for Australia's Hope Powers. Next lifter, 127.5 kilos for Scotland's Senga Dent. She'll be followed by another Scottish lifter, Linda McAfee. Two minutes for changes, platform 2. Bars loaded for Senga Dent of Scotland, 127.5 kilos on the bar for her opener. Three white lights and a good lift for Senga Dent of Scotland. Next lifter on platform 1, Linda McAfee of Scotland, 130 kilos on the bar for Linda, followed by Elaine Jackson of England. Lifters on platform 2, you have 1 minute for any changes to deadlift openers. Bars loaded for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Let's go, Linda. And it's a good lift, 2-1 on platform 1 for Linda McAfee. Next up, Elaine Jackson of England, 140 kilos. No more changes to openers on platform 2. We are 3 minutes out from deadlifts. Elaine Jackson will be followed by Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Jackson of England. Let's go, Elaine. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Elaine Jackson. Next lifter is Elizabeth Hall, who appears to be a one-woman karaoke machine round the back here. 145 kilos on the bar for her opening squat. She'll be followed by Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. Bars loaded for New Zealand's Elizabeth Hall, 145 kilos on the bar. Lomax, get ready. We're about 1.5 minutes out on platform 2 for Corey Jamieson of Northern Ireland. We'll be starting with deadlifts very soon on platform 2. And let's have a look at the lights. Referees say, center referee, center referee. 3 white lights and a good lift. Next up, Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. $147.5 kilos on the bar for Gillian. She'll be followed by Ireland's Lorraine McKenna. The bar is loaded. We're just under 1 minute out on platform 2. We've got our referees and spotters and loaders in position. Our first lifter will be Corey Jamieson of Northern Ireland, to be followed by Kyle de los Reyes of Isle of Man. Again, we will add 1 minute of compensatory time at the end of each round, as we have 5 lifters in this group. In 3 white lights and a good lift for Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. Lorraine McKenna up next of Ireland, 147.5 kilos. Be followed by New Zealand. And that's time on platform 2. Bars loaded for Corey Jameson of Northern Ireland. Deadlift opener 175. Bars loaded, Lorraine McKenna, Ireland, 147.5, platform 1. Three white lights on platform 2. Good lift for Corey. Next lifter will be Kyle De Los Reyes, Isle of Man, 190, followed by Jordi Goliath, South Africa. Bar is loaded on platform 2 for Isle of Man. Three white lights, good lift for Ireland on platform 1. Amy Telia of New Zealand, 155 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Lillian Jackson of Team USA on platform 1. Bars loaded for New Zealand, platform 1. Three white lights and a good lift for Kyle on platform 2. Next up is Jordi Goliath, South Africa, opening at 200 kilos, followed by Malaysia. Three white lights and a good lift there. Bars loaded for Jordi Goliath on platform 2, 200 kilos. Lillian Jackson, Team USA, platform 1, 160 kilos. Followed by Patricia Johnson. Malaysia, get ready, platform 2. Bars loaded for Lillian Jackson, Team USA. Let's look to the lights, looking for a side light. Referees, I'm looking for one side light. Left referee. Three white lights and a good lift. Good lift for Lillian on platform 1. Patricia Johnson, Team USA, 180 on the bar. Kenneth Chinuai of Malaysia, 210 on the bar, platform 2. Sri Lanka and Northern Ireland to get ready. Bar is loaded for Patricia Johnson, Team USA, 180 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Malaysia, 210 kilos, platform 2. So no lift, unfortunately. 2 reds for Patricia for depth on platform 1. 3 white lights and a good lift for Malaysia, platform 2. On now to second attempt squats, Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland. 115 kilos. Chana of Sri Lanka, 220 kilos for his deadlift opener on platform 2. Spain to get ready to follow on platform 1. And we'll have 1 minute after Chana on platform 2. Bars loaded for Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland. Bars loaded for Rajpatska, Chana, Sri Lanka, 220 kilos. That's a good lift, 2 to 1 on platform 2. And it's a good lift and 3 white lights for Lisa Bell. She's on the board. 1 minute compensation time on platform 2, please. And we will move now on platform 1 to Eulalia Baltronvieta of Spain, 125 kilos. Scotland's Linda McAfee to get ready. Bars loaded for Eulalia Baltronvieta, Spain, 125 kilos. No, Corey, your bar is not loaded. Corey, the bar is not loaded. There's 1 minute of compensation time. That is still your second attempt. It's very exciting, but please calm down. And that's a no lift, unfortunately, for Eulalia. 2 yellow cards. Next lifter on platform 1 is Linda McAfee of Scotland. And that's time on platform 2. So we'll move now to second attempts. 185 kilos for Corey Jameson. Bar is loaded for Northern Ireland. Isle of Man, get ready. Bar is loaded for Linda McAfee of Scotland on platform 1, 135 kilos. Let's go, Linda Sengadent to get ready. Just waiting on our side light. Oh, the tension. Good lift, 3 white lights. Next up will be Kyle de los Reyes of Isle of Man, 200 kilos, followed by South Africa's Jordi Goliath. On 2 platform. Bars loaded on platform 2. 3 white lights and a good lift for Linda McAfee of Scotland, platform 1. Sengadent, 137.5 kilos for Team Scotland on platform 1, followed by Australia's Hope Powers. Bar is loaded for Sengadent of Scotland. Huge effort from Kyle there. 3 white lights at a good lift for Isle of Man. Jordi Goliath, 215 kilos up next on platform 2. Sengadent, referees say good lift, 2 to 1. Hope Powers Australia, 142.5 kilos on the bar for her next attempt, to be followed by England's Elaine Jackson. Bar is loaded for Jordi Goliath, 215, to be followed by Malaysia. Bar is loaded for Hope Powers of Australia on platform 1. Jackson, get ready. a good lift 2-1 for Hope Powers on platform 1. That's a no lift for Jordy Goliath on platform 2. Next lifter on platform 2, 222.5 for Kenneth Chinchuai of Malaysia. Elaine Jackson of England up next on platform 1, 145 kilos. She'll be followed by Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Jackson of England. Bar is loaded for Malaysia on platform 2. Sri Lanka, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift there for Elaine Jackson of England. Next lifter, Gillian Lomax of Great Britain, 155 kilos. She'll be followed by Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Bar is loaded for Gillian Lomax, Great Britain, platform 1, 155 kilos. That's a good lift for Malaysia on platform 2, 3 white lights. Next lifter will be Chana of Sri Lanka, 227. Is it 227.5? Should be 227.5. 227.5 on platform 2. Bars loaded. Good lift on platform 1. Sorry, it's too much going on. Lorraine McKenna, Ireland, up next on platform 1, 157 kilos. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Chana of Sri Lanka. New Zealand, get ready on platform 1. Bars loaded for McKenna. Three white lights and a good lift for Chana of Sri Lanka. Again, we are going to do a 1-minute timer before we come out for third attempts on platform 2. Three white lights and a good lift there for Ireland's Lorraine McKenna. Next up is Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand. Bar is loaded for Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand. As a no lift, unfortunately, for Elizabeth Hall, 2 reds for depth. Next lifter will be Ime Telia of New Zealand, 165 kilos. That's time on platform 2, heading now into third and final deadlifts for this group. Corey Jameson up first, Northern Ireland, 195 kilos. He'll be followed by Isle of Man. On platform 1, Telia will be followed by Jackson. Bar is loaded for New Zealand, platform 1. Bar is loaded for Corey Jameson, Northern Ireland, 195 kilos. That's a good lift on platform 1, 2-1. Two more attempts for changes on platform 2. Good lift for Corey Jameson of Northern Ireland. Next up, we've got Lillian Jackson, USA, 167.5 on platform 1, followed by Patricia Johnson. Kyle de los Reyes, Isle of Man, 202.5 on platform 2. Bars loaded for Lillian Jackson, USA, 167.5 kilos. Johnson to get ready. Bar is loaded for Isle of Man's Kyle de los Reyes, 202.5. South Africa, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift here on platform 1. Patricia Johnson, Team USA, 180 kilos on the bar. To be followed by Northern Ireland's Lisa Bell as we go into third attempts. A little bit too heavy, unfortunately, today for Kyle. Huge round of applause. Massive attempt there on platform 2. That is a no lift. Jordi Goliath up next, 215 kilos for South Africa. No more changes, platform 2. Final 3 deadlifts in this group on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Patricia Johnson, Team USA, 180 kilos. Bar is loaded for Jordi Goliath, South Africa, platform 2, 215 kilos. Sri Lanka, get ready. And that's a good lift, 2-1 for Patricia Johnson, Team USA. We are on now to third squats in platform 1. Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland, 127.5 kilos on the bar. She'll be followed by Eulalia Baltron Vieta of Spain. Bar is loaded for Lisa Bell's final squat. Let's go, Lisa. Big pull, Jordi. Keep it going. Just a bit too heavy today for Jordi. Big round of applause for a lifter representing South Africa on platform 2. Rajapaksha Chana, 232.5 kilos on the bar for his final deadlift. Let's have a look at the lights. What do they say? Good lift, 2-1 for Lisa Bell. Next lifter on platform 1, Eulalia Baltron Vieta of Spain, 130 kilos. Be followed by Linda McAfee of Scotland. Meanwhile, on platform 2, the bar is loaded for Sri Lanka's Rajapaksha Chana, 232.5 for his final pull of this championships. Bar is loaded for Spain on platform 1, 130 kilos. Scotland, get ready. Not to be today, unfortunately, for Chana. A round of applause for our lifter representing Sri Lanka. Good lift for Eulalia on platform 1. Platform 1, we have Linda McAfee of Scotland, 145 kilos. And on platform 2, Kenneth Chinyuwai of Malaysia is coming out for 235 kilos to secure a Commonwealth total record in the under 59 kilo class. Let's make sure we get behind him. Bar is loaded for Linda McAfee of Scotland, 145 kilos, platform 1. Bar is loaded. Bar loaded for Kenneth Chinuai of Malaysia for a Commonwealth total record here on platform 2. He's locking it out on platform 2. Referee says a good lift and 3 white lights and a new Commonwealth total record for Malaysia. No lift, unfortunately, for Linda McCaffin for Scotland. Huge round of applause for our athlete representing Malaysia, new Commonwealth total records. Senga Dent is up next on platform 1, 147.5 kilos for our lifter representing Scotland. Bar is loaded. Australia to get ready. On platform 2, we're going to move to the ladies' event very shortly. Come on, Senga. Last squat. First lifter on platform 2 will be Julia Muto of South Africa, 125 kilos on the bar, followed by Laura Martin of Northern Ireland. Drive it up, Senga. She gets it to the top. What do our referees have to say? They say it's a good lift. It's 2-1. Good lift for Senga Den of Scotland. Next up, Hope Powers, Australia, 150 kilos. Elaine Jackson of England to get ready. Bar is loaded for Julia Muto, South Africa, 125 on the bar for her deadlift opener. Northern Ireland, get ready. Bar is loaded for Hope Powers, Australia. Let's go, Hope. Nice and easy on platform 2. Good lift for Julia. Next lifter, Laura Martin of Northern Ireland, 130 kilos. Martina Pisano of England to follow. Bar is loaded for Laura Martin, Northern Ireland. Big drive, Hope. Gets it to the top. Referee says it's a good lift, 2-1. Next lifter on platform 1, Elaine Jackson of England, 152.5 kilos, to be followed by Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. 3 white lights for Laura Martin. Bar is loaded for Elaine Jackson of England. 132.5 kilos for Martina Pisano, followed by Nicola Murray on platform 2. Bar is loaded. Nice and quick, 3 white lights, good lift there for Martina. Next up, Nicola Murray of Scotland, 135 kilos, 3 white lights and a good lift for Elaine Jackson. Be followed by Gillian Lomax, who's coming out for 162.5, representing Great Britain, New Zealand to follow. Bar is loaded on platform 2 for Scotland's Nicola Murray. Wales to get ready. Bar is loaded for Gillian Lomax, Great Britain, New Zealand, get ready. Let's go, Gillian, big push. Easy opener, Nicola. Look to the lights. Referee say good lift. 3 white lights for Nicola Murray. Next up, we have Megan Norris of Wales, 135 kilos. To be followed by Kaylee Mercer of Scotland. Bar is loaded on platform 2. 3 white lights on platform 1. Good lift there. Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand, 162.5. McKenna to get ready. Lights on platform 2, say 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Wales. Kayleigh Mercer of Scotland up next. Bars loaded for New Zealand, platform 1. Bars loaded for Kayleigh Mercer of Scotland, 135 kilos, platform 2. Leonie Tatman, get ready. Big drive, Elizabeth. Oh, it's a no lift, unfortunately. A blue and a yellow. Downward movement, I think, on that one. 3 white lights for Kayleigh Mercer on platform 2. Next lifter on platform 2 is Leonie Tatman of England, 135 kilos. On platform 1, it's Lorraine McKenna, Ireland, 165 kilos. Bar is loaded for Tatman. Bar is loaded. Bar is loaded for Lorraine. Nice and quick there from Leonie. 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Ursula Pereira of Australia is up next on platform 2, 137.5 kilos. Be followed by Sri Lanka. Huge drive from Lorraine McKenna there. Bars loaded on platform 2. 3 white lights for Lorraine on platform 1. Bars loaded for Australia on platform 2. Ime Talia of New Zealand, 170 kilos on the bar. Jackson, Team USA, to get ready. Bar is loaded for New Zealand on platform 1 for Ime Talia. 170 kilos on the bar. Nice and speedy there from Pereira of Australia. Referees say it's 3 white lights and a good lift. Rashita De Silva, Sri Lanka, 140 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Kayleigh Phillips of Wales. Bar is loaded for Sri Lanka. Oh, good catch there from our spotters on platform 1. Good lift for Sri Lanka on platform 2. No lift, unfortunately, for New Zealand. Kayleigh Phillips of Wales is up next, 150 kilos on platform 2. Lillian Jackson, Team USA, 175. She'll be followed by Patricia Johnson, her teammate from the US. Kayleigh will be followed by Megan Lee Smith. The bar is loaded for Kayleigh Phillips of Team Wales. Bars loaded for Lillian Jackson, Team USA, 175 kilos for Lillian. Good lift for Kayleigh Phillips of Wales. 3 white lights, 177.5 for New Zealand's Megan Lee Smith up next. South Africa to follow on platform 2. Bars loaded for Megan Lee Smith, New Zealand, platform 2, 177.5 kilos on the bar. Drive it up, Lillian. What a drive from Lillian Jackson. She gets the lift. It's 2-1. 1 blue card from the side, but 2-1 is all you need. Patricia Johnson is up next from Team USA, 192.5 kilos on the bar for Patricia. This is the final squat on platform 1. Lovely speedy opener there from Megan Lee, 3 white lights. As we move now into second attempts on platform 2, Julia Muto of South Africa, 132.5 kilos. Bars loaded for Patricia Johnson, Team USA. Final squat of this session on platform 1. Bars loaded for Julia Muto, South Africa. Come on, Patricia. Last big squat. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Julia Muto on platform 2. Martina Pisano of England, 137.5 kilos on the bar. Martina will be followed by Tapman of England. Patricia gets it to the top. What do our referees say? Oh, it's a no lift. 2 red cards from our side referees for depth call. Bar is loaded for Martina Pisano of England, 137.5 kilos. Just not to be today, unfortunately, for Leone. Big round of applause. Next up, we have our final lift for Nicola Murray of Scotland, 145 kilos, 3 white lights and a good lift for Canada on platform. We're just double check. There's a good lift on platform 1. There's just a question at the table about an attempt change that was entered. So we're just going to check that out before we proceed. Bonita Bloom of South Africa, 57.5 kilos on platform 1. I don't know, you tell me. Bar is loaded for Bonita Bloom, South Africa, 57.5. 145 kilos, bar is loaded for Nicola Murray of Scotland. Let's go, Nicola. Last big pull, Nicola. Let's finish strong. Unfortunately, that's a no lift on platform 1. I believe she racked the bar before giving the rack command. Big pull, Nicola! She gets it to the top. What do our referees say? 3 white lights, a good lift for Nicola Murray. Amelie Mayo, Canada. Bar is loaded, 60 kilos. Ursula Pereira, 147.5 kilos for Australia. Australia to get ready on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Ursula Pereira of Australia, 147.5. Come on, Ursula. Three white lights and a good lift on platform 1 for Canada. Big pull there, Ursula. She gets it to the top. Referees. Good lift, 3 white lights. Fiona Wallace, 62.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for Australia on platform 1. Platform 2, Sri Lanka's Roshita De Silva, 147.5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded. Martin of Northern Ireland, get ready. No, it's De Silva, it's Sri Lanka. Bars loaded for Sri Lanka, 147.5. Bar is loaded for Fiona Wallace of Australia, 62.5. Three white lights and a good lift there for Sri Lanka. Last 5 deadlifts of the championship session on platform 2. Laura Martin of Northern Ireland, clearly primed and ready to come out for her final pull. 147.5 kilos on the bar, followed by Kaylee Mercer. Bars loaded for Laura Martin, Northern Ireland. Lovely looking bench opener from Fiona Wallace there. Good lift, 3 white lights. Kylie Dwyer of Australia up next, 65 kilos. Big pull, Laura. Stick with it, Laura. What a pull from Laura Martin. What do our referees say? Good lift, 2 to 1. Bar is loaded for Kylie Dwyer of Australia on platform 1. Kayleigh Mercer of Scotland up next on platform 2, 147.5 kilos. Mercer will be followed by Norris and then Phillips. Bar is loaded for Scotland's Kayleigh Mercer, 147.5. Big finish, Kayleigh. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift there on platform 1. Heather Tagg is up next on platform 1. No lift, unfortunately, for Kayleigh Mercer. Huge round of applause. Heather Tagg up next on platform 1, opening at 70 kilos. Bars loaded for Great Britain. There's been an attempt change on platform 2. Lifters vying for deadlift gold. Megan Norris, Wales, 150 kilos. Bar is loaded for Megan Norris, and it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Tagg on platform 1. Final pull, Megan. Nadina Taharali of Guyana, 70 kilos on the bar for her opener bench. Final 3 deadlifts on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Guyana, platform 1. Oh, just not to be, unfortunately. Big round of applause for Megan. That was a huge attempt. Final 2 deadlifts of this session come from Kayleigh Phillips of Team Wales, 165 kilos, followed by Megan Lee Smith of New Zealand. Good lift, 3 white lights on platform 1. Next up, Christina Fordyce of New Zealand, 75 kilos. Bar is loaded for New Zealand's Christina Fordyce. Bar is also loaded for Wales. Kayleigh Phillips, 165 kilos, final deadlift. Smith, New Zealand, get ready. Oh, just a bit heavy, unfortunately. Round of applause for Wales. Final deadlift on platform 2 of this session comes from New Zealand's Megan Lee Smith, who has absolutely dominated this under 52 kilo class. Her last pull gave her the new Commonwealth total record. She's looking to extend that to 466 kilos. Good lift from Christina Fordyce. Bobby Jo Williamson of New Zealand up next on platform 1, 80 kilos. Hungary to follow. Bars loaded. And it's the final pull on platform 2. It's Megan Lee Smith. The bar is loaded for New Zealand. 192.5 kilos to extend her Commonwealth total record. Let's get behind her. She comes out to finish this session with a huge pull in the 52 kilo class. Good lift 2 to 1 on platform 1. Anna Shashigi of Hungary, 80 kilos on the bar up next. Big boom, Megan! She gets it to the top. Bars loaded, platform 1. Referee say, good lift, 3 white lights. What a way to end on platform 2. And that is a good lift and 3 white lights for Hungary. If anyone has picked up a blue and purple phone case, it belongs to one of our lifters in the 52s. So if you could just return it to the desk, please. Next lifter on platform 1, Joa Ayanota of USA, 105. Bars loaded. And that's a good lift and 3 white lights. Now that all the excitement is finished on platform 2, I can simmer down for bench press here on platform 1. Our next lifter is going to be Ruthie Norton of Northern Ireland, 47.5 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. Be followed by Benita Bloom of South Africa. We will be doing a medal ceremony on platform 2 once all of our athletes have got into their team tracksuits. And once we have set up a separate microphone and sound system. Bar is loaded for Ruthie Norton of Northern Ireland, 47.5 kilos for her second attempt. Let's go, Ruthie. Three white lights and a good lift there for Ruthie Norton of Northern Ireland. South Africa up next, Benita Bloom, 57.5 kilos. Canada's Karina Fahy to follow. I am going to grab a seat before I fall down. Bar is loaded for South Africa's Benita Bloom. That's three white lights and a good lift for Benita. Karina Fahy of Canada up next, 57.5 kilos. Bar is loaded. Elizabeth Windle to get ready for England. Three white lights, and that is a good lift. Elizabeth Windle of England up next, 57.5 kilos. Bar is loaded. Fiona Wallace, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift. Has someone unplugged me? Am I back on? I am back on. Fiona Wallace, Australia, 65 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Amelie Mayo of Canada. Bar is loaded for Fiona Wallace of Australia. 3 white lights and a good lift there for Fiona. Amelie Mayo of Canada up next, 65 kilos, be followed by Kylie Dwyer. Bar is loaded for Canada. Looks nice and comfortable. Referee say good lift, 3 white lights. Kylie Dwyer of Australia is up next, coming out for 70 kilos on her second, followed by Great Britain's Heather Tagg. Bar is loaded for Australia's Kylie Dwyer. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Kylie. Heather Tagg of Great Britain up next, 75 kilos, be followed by Taharali of Guyana. Bars loaded for Heather Tagg, Great Britain. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Heather. Nadina Taharali of Guyana up next, 77.5 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Christina Fordyce, representing New Zealand. Bar is loaded, 77.5 kilos for Guyana. And that's a good lift, 2-1. Blue card from our side referee. Next up, we have Christina Fordyce of New Zealand coming out for 80 kilos on her second attempt. Bar is loaded. Hungary to get ready. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Fordyce of New Zealand. Next lifter will be Anna Shishege of Hungary, coming out for 85 kilos. Bobby Joe Williamson of New Zealand will follow. Bar is loaded for Hungary. And that is a no lift, unfortunately. 3 yellows. Bobby Joe Williamson of New Zealand up next. 85.5. 0.5, of course, means that this is a record attempt. Bobby Joe coming out for the Commonwealth Masters 2 bench record with 85.5 kilos on her second. Bar is loaded for Bobby Joe Williamson, Commonwealth record attempt. Let's see it, Bobby Joe. She gets it to the top. What do our referees have to say? It's a good lift, 2-1. Next up, we have Joa Ayanota of Team USA, 110 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. Huge bench press here from Joa. This is the final of our second attempts here on platform 1. We will head into third attempts. Bars loaded for Joa Ayanota, USA. That's a good lift, 2-1. Great work there from Joa. Next up, we are going now into third attempts for this group. Ruthie Norton, Northern Ireland, 50 kilos, will be followed by Fahe of Canada. Bars loaded for Ruthie Norton, Northern Ireland. Good lift for Ruthie Norton, Northern Ireland. What a bench. Karina Fahe of Canada up next, 60 kilos on the bar. Windle of England to get ready. Bars loaded for Fahe of Canada, 60 kilos. Honestly, white lights and a good lift there for Canada. Elizabeth Windle of England up next, 60 kilos, be followed by Bloom of South Africa. Bar is loaded. It's a no lift, unfortunately, for Elizabeth. Big round of applause. Next up, Benita Bloom of South Africa, 62.5. Bar is loaded for Bloom. And that is 3 white lights and a good lift there for Benita. Next lifter is Fiona Wallace of Australia, 67.5 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Canada's Amelie Mayo. Bar is loaded for Fiona Wallace of Australia. Can I have the New Zealand coach to the table on platform 1? That's the New Zealand coach to the table. Three white lights and a good lift there for Fiona Wallace of Australia. Next up, we have Amelie Mayo of Canada, 67.5, bars loaded. 67.5, bars loaded. Can you reset the timer, Karthik? And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Mayo of Canada. Kylie Dwyer of Australia up next, 72.5 kilos. Bars loaded for Australia's Kylie Dwyer. Heather Tag, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift there for Kylie. Heather Tag of Great Britain up next, 77.5. Four attempts for changes, platform 1. Bars loaded for Great Britain's Heather Tag, 77.5. 3 attempts for changes. Three white lights and a good lift there for Heather Tag of Great Britain. 80 kilos for Guyana's Nadina Taharali up next. We'll be followed by Christina Fordyce of New Zealand. 2 attempts for changes. Bar is loaded. Just a little bit too heavy today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Nadina. Next lifter is Christina Fordyce of New Zealand, 82.5. She'll be followed by Bobby Joe Williamson. Bars loaded for Christina Fordyce, New Zealand. Three white lights and a good lift for Christina Fordyce. Next up, we have Bobby Joe Williamson of New Zealand coming out for 86.5 kilos, which is a Commonwealth record in the M2 category. She already took the record on her second, looking to extend to 86.5. No more changes, group platform 1. Bar is loaded for a new Commonwealth record attempt for Bobby Joe Williamson of New Zealand. Come on, Bobby Joe, let's get after it. What a push there from Bobby Joe. 3 white lights. It's a good lift and a new Commonwealth record for Bobby Joe Williamson. Anna Shishegi of Hungary up next, 87.5 kilos. Final 2 bench presses of this session. Bar is loaded for Hungary. Just a little bit too much today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Anna. Final bench press of this group comes from Joa Ayanota, 115 kilos for Team USA. This is an absolutely huge bench in the 76 kilo class M2s. Bar is loaded, Joa. Let's get it, Joa. Just not to be today, unfortunately, for Joe. A huge round of applause. What an attempt from Joa Ianota. We are heading now into first attempts for our second group. Pauline Watson of England will be up first, 52.5, followed by Gillian Sproul of Canada. Bar is loaded for Pauline Watson of England. Three white lights and a good lift there for Pauline. Gillian Sproul of Canada up next, 70 kilos on the bar, followed by Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand. Bar is loaded for Gillian Sproul of Canada, 70 kilos. New Zealand, get ready. And that's a good lift, 2-1. Red card from our side ref for... Oh, it should have been a white. Should have been 3 white lights. Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand up next, 75 kilos on the bar. Sue Ellen will be followed by Angela Lauder of Scotland. Bar is loaded for Sue Ellen Lugg. Three white lights and a good lift there for Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand. Angela Lauder of Scotland is up next, 75 kilos on the bar for her opener. She'll be followed by Lisa Harrington of Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Angie Lauder of Scotland. Let's look to the lights. It's 3 white lights and a good lift. Next up, we have Lisa Harrington, GB1, who's coming out for 77.5. One of our referees seems to have done a bunk. I'm not quite sure where he's gone. Where did he go? Oh, here he comes. Hey, welcome back. 77.5 kilos for Lisa Harrington, Great Britain. Bars loaded. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Lisa Harrington. Next up, the Panda Mampinkin of Netherlands, 80 kilos. Ali Cosner, New Zealand, to get ready. Bars loaded for Netherlands, 80 kilos. Bars loaded. Bar is loaded for Netherlands. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. Next up, we have Ali Cosner, New Zealand, 82.5. We followed by USA's Siri Hugan. Bar is loaded for New Zealand, Ali Cosner. Nice looking opener there for Ali Cosner of New Zealand. Good lift. Next lifter on platform 1 is Siri Hugan of Team USA, 85 kilos. Be followed by Watson of England. Bar is loaded for USA. Three white lights and a good lift there for Siri Hugan of Team USA. On now to second attempts. England's Pauline Watson is going to be coming out for 57.5 kilos on her second. Gillian Spruill of Canada will follow. Bar is loaded for Watson of England. Three white lights and a good lift. Next up, Canada's Gillian Spruill, 75 kilos. Sue Ellen Lugg to follow. Bar is loaded. No lift, unfortunately, there for Gillian. Next up, we have Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand, 77.5. We follow by Angie Lauder of Scotland. Bars loaded for New Zealand. Three white lights and a good lift there for Sue Ellen. 80 kilos on the bar now for Scotland's Angela Lauder. Lisa Harrington of Great Britain to get ready. Bar is loaded for Angie. 80 kilos on the bar. Nice and controlled. Referee say 3 white lights. That is a good lift there for Angie. Next lifter on the platform will be Lisa Harrington of Team GB, 82.5 kilos. Bar is loaded. Ali Cosner, New Zealand, get ready. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Lisa Harrington of Great Britain. Next lifter on the platform, Ali Cosner of New Zealand, 87.5 kilos. Be followed by USA's Siri Hugan. Bars loaded for Ali Cosner. Just waiting on a side referee. Referee, side referee. 1, 2, I see 2 thumbs up. I see 3 thumbs up. It's the right referee. We're just going to check the handset. 90 kilos on the bar for our next lifter, Siri Hugan. I'll just wait till we have all of our referees in position. Bar is loaded for Siri Hugan, Team USA, 90 kilos. Netherlands, get ready. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights for Team USA. Another very quick announcement that someone is missing a great Google Pixel phone with a pink and purple case. If you do find it, it belongs to one of our athletes from the 52s. Please return it to the table. Bars loaded for Netherlands, the Panda, Mamboomkin, 90 kilos. That is a good lift, 2 to 1. Pauline Watson is up next, 60 kilos for her third attempt, followed by Gillian Sproul. Bar is loaded for England's Pauline Watson, 60 kilos. Gillian Sproul, get ready.
Five attempts to make changes on platform 1. 5 attempts. Sorry, no lift on platform 1. The bar goes to 75 for Gillian Sproul of Canada. Bar is loaded on platform 1. Sorry, no lift. Three attempts to make changes. Bar is loaded for Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand. 80 kilograms on the bar.
That is a good lift, and 3 white lights for Sue Ellen Lugg. Angie Lauder of Scotland up next, 82.5. 2 attempts left for changes to openers. 2 attempts left for changes. Bars loaded for Scotland's Angela Lauder. Three white lights and a good lift there for Angie. Lisa Harrington is up next for GB, 85 kilos. She'll be followed by Ali Cosner. Last attempt for changes to openers in our third group. Bars loaded for Great Britain's Lisa Harrington. Just a little bit too much today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Lisa. Next lifter is Ali Cosner, New Zealand. 90 kilos on the bar for Ali. No more changes to openers for our third group. Bar is loaded for New Zealand's Ali Cosner. That is a good lift and 3 white lights for Ali Cosner. Quick announcement for platform 2. We're aiming to start the next session at 8:15, which is quite soon. 8:15, looking to start in about 10 minutes. Bar is loaded for Siri Hugan of Team USA, 92.5 kilos. Come on, Siri. Three white lights and a good lift. Lapanda Mampinkin of Netherlands up next, 92.5 kilos on the bar. Oh. Unfortunately, no lift. On now to our next group. Eulalia Baltronvieta of Spain, 50 kilos, be followed by Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Reminder to lifters on platform 2, we're aiming for an 8:15 start for the next session. Bar is loaded for Spain. Three white lights and a good lift. Lorraine McKenna, Ireland, 62.5. Lorraine will be followed by Linda McAfee. Bar is loaded for Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Three white lights and a good lift there for McKenna. Linda McAfee of Scotland up next, 62.5 kilos. Should be followed by Senga Dent of Scotland. Bar is loaded for Linda McAfee, Team Scotland. And that's a good lift, 2 to 1. Next lifter on the platform, Scotland's Senga Dent, 62.5, followed by Hope Powers. Need a rack height for Scotland? Rack height 5. Bars loaded for Senga Dent, Scotland. Jury has overruled the previous attempt for Linda McAfee. That is a no lift for Scotland. Can we get lights from our referees for Senga Dent? Lights from our referees. Center referee. No, I don't have lights for the last lift. 3 white lights, a good lift for Senga Dent of Scotland. Next lifter is Hope Powers, Australia, 70 kilos. Bars loaded for Australia. Three white lights and a good lift for Australia. Next up, Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand, 70 kilos. Bar is loaded. Lisa Bell, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift there for Elizabeth Hall. Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland up next, 75 kilos on the bar. Lisa will be followed by Elaine Jackson. Bar is loaded for Northern Ireland's Lisa Bell. Three white lights and a good lift there for Lisa. Elaine Jackson of England up next, 80 kilos on the bar. Gillian Lomax to follow. Bar is loaded. Three white lights and a good lift there for Elaine. Next lifter on platform 1 is Gillian Lomax of Great Britain, coming out for 82.5 kilos. New Zealand to follow. Bars loaded for Gillian Lomax, Great Britain. Just waiting on, here we are, 3 white lights, a good lift there for Gillian. Amy Telia of New Zealand, 102.5 kilos. Be followed by Lillian Jackson, Team USA. Bars loaded for New Zealand. Side referee, 3 white lights, good lift. Next lifter on the platform will be Lillian Jackson of Team USA, 110 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Patricia Johnson, also of Team USA. Platform 2, we are still updating the computer and the database. We'll be with you as soon as we can. The bar is loaded for Lillian Jackson, Team USA. Bar is loaded. Three white lights, a good lift there for Lillian. Patricia Johnson, Team USA up next, 115 kilos. Bars loaded for Patricia Johnson, Team USA. Three white lights, good lift there for Patricia Johnson. Eulalia Beltran Vieta, Spain, 60 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for Spain. That's a no lift, unfortunately. Next lifter, Linda McAfee, Team Scotland, 62.5. Looking for bigger blocks for Linda. 62.5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Lifters on platform 2 will be starting in 5 minutes. 5 minutes to lift off on platform 2. Just under 2 minutes for changes to openers. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Great recovery there from Linda. Lorraine McKenna of Ireland up next, 67.5 kilos on the bar. Just under a minute for changes on platform 2. Platform 2, we're going to have Masters 2 under 105s and under 120. Bar is loaded for Ireland on platform 1. Good lift for Lorraine. No more changes, platform 1. Next lifter, platform 2. Next lifter, platform 1, Senga Dent of Scotland, 70 kilos. Bar is loaded for Senga Dent of Scotland. That's a good lift, 2-1 for Senga Dent of Scotland. Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand, 75 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for New Zealand's Elizabeth Hall. Moves it well. She gets 3 white lights. It's a good lift there for Elizabeth Hall. Hope Powers, 77.5 for a lifter representing Australia. Bar is loaded for Hope. And we are just under 1 minute to lift off on platform 2 for our Masters 2, 105 and 120 categories. Bars loaded on platform 1. And that's a no lift, unfortunately, for Hope. Next lifter, Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland, 80 kilos. That's time. Bars loaded on platform 2 for no, it's not. Hold on. Apologies, there's some issue at the table. I've been asked to wait. I shall wait. Lisa Bell on platform 1, Northern Ireland, 80 kilos. Bar is loaded for Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland. I think perhaps someone submitted a change and the wrong lifter has been changed in the database, so we're just making sure it is correct before we start the flight. Kyla says it's beautiful. Referees say it's beautiful. It's 3 white lights for Lisa Bell. Gillian Lomax up next, 85 kilos on the bar. Are we good now? I think we are now good on platform 2, 150 kilos for Derek Hayden. Bars loaded for South Africa, platform 2. Bars loaded, platform 1 for Gillian Lomax, Team GB, 85 kilos. We're back to 2 platforms. Three white lights for Derek Hayden and 3 white lights for Gillian Lomax. Next up on platform 1, Elaine Jackson of England, 85 kilos, bars loaded. Next lifter, Harmonis de Beer of South Africa, 185 kilos. Bars loaded for South Africa, 185. Three white lights and a good lift there for Elaine. Ime Telia of New Zealand up next, 110 kilos for her second attempt. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for South Africa. Bars loaded, platform 1 for Telia, New Zealand. Next lifter, platform 2, will be Mark Crandall of Canada. 190 kilos for a lifter representing Canada. Rack height 12, left rack in. Bar is loaded for Mark Crandall. And it's a good lift, 3 white lights for Talia of New Zealand. Lillian Jackson, Team USA up next, 117.5 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. Bar is loaded for Lillian Jackson, Team USA. Three white lights and a good lift there for Crandall of Canada. Next up on platform 2, Sharif Rabah of Lebanon, will be followed by Garmes Parks of US Virgin Islands. 190 kilos on the bar. Rack height 10, racks out. 3 white lights and a good lift there for Lillian. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Rabah of Lebanon. Patricia Johnson up next, platform 1, Team USA, 122.5. Bars loaded for Patricia Johnson, Team USA. Lovely looking opener there from Rabah. 3 white lights, good lift for Lebanon. Next up, we have Garmez Parks, US Virgin Islands, 207.5 kilos. 3 white lights and a good lift for Patricia Johnson, Team USA. Eulalia Baltron Vieta as we move now to third attempts on platform 1. Bars loaded for Eulalia of Spain. Bars loaded for Parks of US Virgin Islands. Just a little bit too heavy today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Eulalia. Next up, we have Scotland's Linda McAfee, 67.5 kilos on the bar for Linda. Be followed by Ireland. Three white lights and a good lift on platform 2. Bars loaded for McAfee of Scotland, platform 1. Les Laban of New Zealand, 210 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for New Zealand, platform 2. South Africa to get ready. Three white lights and a good lift for Linda McAfee of Scotland on platform 1. Next up, Lorraine McKenna, 70 kilos for our lifter representing Ireland on platform 1. Three white lights for New Zealand on platform 2. Good lift. Bar is loaded for McKenna on platform 1. Next lifter on platform 2, Dennis Bench, Republic of South Africa, 220 kilos, be followed by Darren Greville and Michael McQueen. Bar is loaded for South Africa, platform 2. And it's three white lights and a good lift for Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Hope Powers of Australia is up next, 77.5 kilos on the bar for Hope. And that's a no lift, 2 red cards for depth for Dennis on platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1 for Hope Powers. Next lifter on platform 2. Next lifter will be Darren Greville, Great Britain, 227.5. Bar is loaded for Greville, Great Britain. McQueen, USA, get ready. Let's look to the lights. Referees say good lift 2 to 1. Next up on platform 1 is Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand. Good lift 2 to 1 for Darren Greville. Bar is loaded for Elizabeth Hall on platform 1. Michael McQueen, Team USA, 230 kilos. He'll be followed by Nico Uriost. Bars loaded for Michael McQueen, Team USA, 230 kilos. Three white lights and a good lift for Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand. Senga Dent, 80 kilos for Team Scotland up next on platform 1. Bars loaded for Senga Dent, Scotland, 80 kilos, platform 1. Three white lights and a good lift for Michael McQueen, Team USA. Next lifter on platform 2, Uruguay's Nicolas Uriost. Be followed by Frederic Spitz of France. Bar is loaded for Nico Uriost, Uruguay. Just a little bit too heavy today, unfortunately, for Senga. Big round of applause as she leaves the platform. Lisa Bell up next, 82.5 for our lifter representing Northern Ireland. Bar is loaded for Lisa Bell, and it's three white lights for Nico Uriost, Uruguay. Next lifter, platform 2, Frederic Spitz of France. He'll be followed by Roger Rogers and then Carol Orada. Bar is loaded for Spitz of France. Oh, it was such a fight. Not to be today, unfortunately, for Lisa. Big round of applause. Bar is loaded for France. 35 seconds left on the clock. Gillian Lomax up next on platform 1, 87.5 for Great Britain. We have called the bar loaded for Team France. Bar is loaded for Great Britain on platform 1, Gillian Lomax. Ten seconds for Frederic Spitz to make it to the platform. I don't see anyone running in this direction. And that is a timeout. No lift for Frederic Spitz of France. You'll need to all push your button. Thank you very much. No lift. Next up, Roger Rogers of Guyana. Three white lights and a good lift for Gillian Lomax, Great Britain, platform 1. Elaine Jackson, 87.5 for Team England up next. Bars loaded for Elaine Jackson of England. Bars loaded for Roger Rogers of Guyana, 245. No lift, unfortunately, for Elaine. Huge fight, just wasn't to be today, unfortunately. Next lifter on platform 1, Ime Telia of New Zealand, 115 kilos. Bars loaded for Telia, New Zealand, platform 1. 3 white lights and a good lift for Roger Rogers of Guyana on platform 2. Next lifter, Karol Rada of Czechia, 255 kilos. Be followed by Scott Simon of Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Karol Rada, Czechia. And that is a good third attempt, 2-1 for New Zealand. Lillian Jackson up next, Team USA, 125 kilos on the bar for her third attempt. 3 white lights for Rada of Czechia on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Jackson, Team USA, platform 1. Next up on platform 2, Scott Simon, Team GB. Good lift. 280 kilos for Scott Simon. Bars loaded for Scott Simon, Great Britain. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift. A little chuckle from Lillian there. Three white lights, a good lift for Scott Simon, GB. Next up, 128 on the bar for Patricia Johnson. This is a Masters 2 world record attempt for Patricia Johnson and Team USA. Huge attempt here on platform 1 for Patricia. 128 kilos for a world record. Bar is loaded for Patricia. Let's go. Platform 2 will be Derek Hayden, 178 kilos. Come on, Patricia. Let's get what you came for. Bar loaded, platform 2 for Derek Hayden, South Africa. Oh, just a little bit too much today, unfortunately. A huge round of applause there for Tricia. Huge attempt for a world record. That concludes lifting on platform 1. We will take a 10-minute break. Waiting for a side light. That's a good lift 2-to-1 for Darren Greville. Waiting for a side light on platform 1. Nico Urios, Uruguay up next, 245 kilos. Nick. Was that a good lift? It's a good lift there for Ruthie. Nico Urios, bar is loaded, 245 kilos on the bar. Next up on platform 1, Elizabeth Windle for England, 112.5. Should hopefully have resolved our technical issue with the lights. Bars loaded for Elizabeth Windle, Team England, 112.5. Great patience there from Nico. 3 wide lights, that is a good lift. Roger Rogers of Guyana up next on platform 2, 260 kilos. Side light. Side light, side referee. 3 white lights, good lift. Next up, Bonita Bloom of South Africa, 120 kilos on platform 1, 260 kilos for Guyana's Roger Rogers on platform 2. Bars loaded for Guyana on platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1 for Bonita Bloom. And that is 3 white lights and a good lift. Next up, we have Fiona Wallace of Australia on the platform, coming out for 130 kilos. Be followed by Karina Fahy of Canada. Bars loaded for Wallace, Australia. That's a no lift, unfortunately, for Roger. A red for depth and a blue, potentially for downward movement. Thank you. Karol Rada of Czechia up next, 265 kilos on the bar for Karel. Bars loaded for Czechia on platform 2, 265 kilos. Over on platform 1, 3 white lights and a good lift for Australia. Next up on platform 1, we have Karina Fahy of Canada, 132.5, bars loaded. Bobby Joe Williamson, get ready. And you see white lights for Karina and a good lift. Over on platform 2, 3 white lights and a good lift for Karel. Bobby Joe Williamson on platform 1 next, 137.5, representing New Zealand. Over on platform 2, 297.5 for Great Britain, Scott Simon. Bar loaded, Williamson, platform 1. Bars loaded for Scott Simon, Great Britain. Three white lights, a good lift for Bobby Joe. Next up, Christina Fordyce, New Zealand, 145 kilos. She'll be followed by Kylie Dwyer of Australia. Bars loaded for Christina, representing New Zealand. 3 white lights and a good lift for Scott Simon. Heading now on to squat thirds over on platform 2. Derek Hayden of South Africa coming out for 180 kilos, be followed by Raba and then De Beer. Three white lights and a good lift there for Dice. Next up will be Kylie Dwyer of Australia coming out for 155 kilos. Bar is loaded for Dwyer of Australia on platform 1. And it's loaded for Derek Hayden of South Africa on platform 2. Three white lights, a good lift there for Dwyer. Next up on platform 1, Anna Stashigye of Hungary, 155 kilos. Bar is loaded. Guyana, get ready on platform 1. Good lift, 2-1. A red card for depth from our side referee, but a good lift there. Next up, Sharif Raba, Lebanon, 212.5. Nadina Taharali, it was a good lift on platform 1. Nadina of Guyana, 170 kilos on the bar for her first attempt. Lebanon coming out for 212.5 for his final squat. Bar is loaded for Guyana, 170 kilos for Nadina. Bar is loaded for Sharif Raba, Lebanon. She stays nice and patient. She gets 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Amelie Mayo of Canada up next, 175 kilos on the bar. US to get ready. Bars loaded for Amelie Mayo, Canada. Three white lights and a good lift for Sharif Raba of Lebanon on platform 2. Next up, we have Hermanos de Beer of South Africa, 215 kilos, be followed by Crandall and Laban. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift for Canada on platform 1. Next up, we have Joa Ionata. I just need the table to move along. Joa. How many times? Joa. We haven't called bar loaded. The bar is not loaded. Joa. Oh, my word. Joa, the bar. Oh, can someone really? The bar was not loaded. We had not called bar loads. They hadn't changed the timer over. Apologies. Hermanos de Beer, bar is loaded, 215 kilos. Bar is loaded. Is that for Joe's just been? So Heather Tagg on platform 1, 180 kilos for Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Heather Tagg. Three white lights and a good lift. Mark Crandall of Canada up next, 220 kilos on the bar. Next up on platform 1, that was a good lift for Heather Tagg. Ruthie Norton coming out for her second attempt, 112.5. Platform 2, 220 kilos for Team Canada. Bar is loaded for Ruthie Norton on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Mark Crandall on platform 2. 3 white lights and a good lift. Next up, we have Elizabeth Windle of Team England, 120 kilos on the bar. And that is no lift, unfortunately. 2-1, 2 red cards for depth. Bar is loaded for Elizabeth Windle, platform 1. Next up, we have Les Laban of New Zealand, 227.5 kilos on the bar. Waiting for a center light. Good lift. Good lift for Windle. Next up, Anita Bloom of South Africa. Bars loaded for Laban of New Zealand on platform 2, 227.5. Bars loaded for Bloom. Good lift, 3 white lights. Next up, Fiona Wallace of Australia, 137.5 kilos. So no lift, unfortunately, for Les. 2 reds for depth. Bars loaded for Fiona Wallace of Australia on platform 1. Garmes Parks up next for US Virgin Islands on platform 2, 232.5. Bars loaded for Fiona. Bars loaded for Garmes Parks of US Virgin Islands. Bench McQueen, get ready. Three white lights, a good lift there for Wallace. There you go. Get it up. Tight, tight. Next up, we have Karina Fahe of Canada, 140 kilos on platform 1, followed by Williamson. Bar is loaded. Good lift for Parks on platform 2. Next lifter is Dennis Bench of South Africa, 245 kilos. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Canada on platform 1. Bars loaded for Dennis Bench on platform 2. Bobby Jo Williamson, New Zealand, 145 for her second attempt. Bar is loaded. Three white lights and a good lift there for Dennis. Next up on platform 2, Michael McQueen, Team USA, 250 kilos. Meanwhile on platform 1, 3 white lights and a good lift for New Zealand's Bobby Jo Williamson. She'll be followed by Christina Fordyce of New Zealand and then Kylie Dwyer of Australia. The bar is loaded for Michael McQueen, Team USA, Uriost and Spitz to get ready. Bars loaded for Fordyce. 3 white lights and a good lift for Dice. Good lift 2-1 for Michael McQueen. 3 attempts for changes on platform 2. Bars loaded for Kylie Dwyer of Australia, 162.5, platform 1. Next up on platform 2, Nico Urios, 250 kilos for Uruguay. Is the bar loaded? Michael. Is bar loaded? Good lift 3 white lights on platform 1. Anas Ashegi of Hungary, 165 kilos. Are we good to go on platform 2? 250 kilos for Nico. Bars loaded for Nico Urios. Bars loaded for Seshegi of Hungary. Let's go, Nico. Lovely looking deadlift there for Anna. Looking for a side referee. Side referee. 3 white lights, good lift. Next up, Nadina Taharali, Guyana, 175 kilos, be followed by Ionetta of USA. No lift for Nico Urios, unfortunately, on platform 2. Bars loaded for Guyana on platform 1. Frederic Spitz, France, 250 kilos on platform 2. Will be followed by Greville and then Rogers. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift for Guyana on platform 1. Joa Ionata of USA, 187.5 kilos on the bar for Joa. Bar is loaded for USA. Bar is loaded for Spitz of France, 250 kilos. Three white lights, good lift for Joa of USA. Bar is loaded for our next lifter. That was good. Good lift. Good lift. No lift, unfortunately, for Spitz. Bar is loaded for Amelie Mayo, Canada. Call for depth for Spitz, unfortunately. Darren Greville, 255 kilos for Great Britain. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift for Amelie Mayo. Bars loaded for Darren Greville, Team GB. Heather Tagg up next on platform 1, 190 kilos for Great Britain. Bar is loaded. Northern Ireland, get ready on platform 1. Guyana, get ready, platform 2. Lovely looking second there from Heather. Good lift, 3 white lights. Huge push there from Darren Greville of Great Britain on platform 2. 3 white lights, good lift for Heather. 2 white lights, good lift for Darren. Ruthie Norton up next, going into 3rd attempts on platform 1. She's coming out to finish on 117.5 kilos. No more changes on platform 2. Roger Rogers, 260 kilos for Guyana. Bar is loaded for Guyana. And we are heading into final deadlifts for Group A on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Ruthie Norton, 117.5. Huge effort there for Ruthie. What did the referee say? 3 white lights, a good lift. What a way to end her competition. Good lift there for Ruthie Norton. Elizabeth Windle up next for Team England, 1-2-5. Good lift for Roger Rogers, 2-1. 1 red card for depth. Karel Rada Czechia up next on platform 2, 272.5, followed by Scott Simon. On platform 1, Elizabeth Windle, followed by Benita Bloom. Bars loaded for Windle, England, 125 kilos for her final deadlift. Bars loaded for Rada Czechia, 272.5, platform 2. 3 white lights, a good lift for Elizabeth Windle. 137.5 kilos for South Africa's Benita Bloom up next. Be followed by Fiona Wallace of Australia. Bars loaded for Bloom. Huge drive from Karel there. 3 white lights and it's a good lift. Also 3 white lights and a good lift for Benita Bloom. Next up on platform 2, Scott Simon, Great Britain, 307.5 kilos for his final squat attempt. Next up on platform 1, 142.5 for Fiona Wallace of Australia. Bars loaded. Fahy to get ready. Scott Simon, your bar is loaded. 307.5 kilos on the bar for Team GB. Just a bit too heavy for Fiona today, unfortunately. No lifts. Next up on platform 1, Karina Fahy of Canada, 145 kilos. Be followed by Bobby Jo Williamson of New Zealand. Three white lights is a good lift for Scott Simon of Great Britain. Bars loaded for Karina Fahy of Canada. I've just been informed that was a European record for Scott Simon. Next up on platform 2, we have Sean McCarthy of Wales, 170 kilos for his squat opener. And that is 3 white lights for Karina on platform 1. Good lift for Canada, platform 1. Next up, Bobby Jo Williamson, New Zealand, 150 kilos. Bar is loaded for Bobby Jo. Christina Fordyce to get ready. Bar is loaded for Sean McCarthy of Wales, 170 kilos. Huge round of applause for Bobby Jo, not to be today, unfortunately. Next lifter on the platform will be Christina Fordyce, 167.5 kilos on the bar for Christina. Be followed by Kylie Dwyer of Australia. Three white lights and a good lift there for McCarthy. Marcel Benzler on platform 2 for Germany, 200 kilos. Bars loaded for Fordyce of New Zealand, 167.5 kilos on the bar. Dwyer to get ready. 200 kilos for Germany's Marcel Benzler, be followed by John Crane and then Darren Scarf. Let's go, Christina. Bar is loaded for Benzler of Germany. Big pull, Christina. Stays patient with it. Referee say. Side referee. Oh, the tension. Oh, it's a good lift. 2-1. Next up, Kylie Dwyer. Kylie Dwyer of Australia, 172.5 kilos on the bar. There's an attempt change, but we are still next up for Kylie Dwyer. 3 white lights for Benzler for Germany, platform 2. John Crane of South Africa. Bar is loaded for Kylie Dwyer. Platform 1, 205 kilos on the bar for South Africa's John Crane. Hungary and Great Britain, get ready. Bar is loaded on platform 2. 3 white lights, good lift for Kylie Dwyer of Australia. Next up on platform 1. Yeah. Next up on platform 1, we have Anna Shashegi of Hungary, 177.5 kilos on the bar. Guyana to get ready. Good lift for John Crane, 3 white lights. Next up on platform 2, Darren Scarf, Great Britain, 210 kilos. 3 white lights and a good lift for Hungary on platform 1. Nadina Tarali, Guyana. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Darren Scarf, 182.5 for Guyana's Nadina Tarali on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Guyana. Three white lights and a good lift for Tarali on platform 1. Good lift. Next up on platform 1, Amelie Mayo of Canada, 192.5. Good lift, 2-1 for Darren Scarf. On platform 2, next up, Bert Linsky, Ireland, 210 kilos. $192.5 for Amelie Moyo. Bar is loaded on platform 2 for Bert Linsky, 210 kilos. We've also got an attempt change, 192.5. You need a white on this side. Bar is loaded for Mayo of Canada. Ayanato, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift for Ireland on platform 2. Next lifter will be Robert Fuller. 237.5. No more changes on platform 1. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift for Amelie. Joa Ayanata of USA, 195 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for Robert Fuller. Bars loaded for Ayanota of USA, 195 kilos for Joa. Three white lights for Robert Fuller of Puerto Rico on platform 2. What a pull from Joa Ayanota. Three white lights and a good lift for Team USA. Next up on platform 2, Riyadh Solian, Norway, 250 kilos. And on platform 1, Heather Tagg is coming out for a world record in the Masters 2, 198.5 for our lifter representing Great Britain. World Masters 2 record here for GB. Bars loaded for Solian of Norway on platform 2. New Zealand and Norway to get ready. Bars loaded for Heather Tagg, Great Britain, for a world record attempt. Come on, Heather, this is what you came for. Let's make it happen, Heather. It's moving, Heather. She stands it up, referees, 3 white lights, and it's a new world record for Heather Tagg, and it's 3 white lights for Riyadh Solian. Jonathan Pye of New Zealand up next, 252.5. There is no stopping. We are moving straight into the next round of deadlifts. 130 kilos for Gillian Sproul of Canada. Angie Lauder of Scotland, get ready. 252.5 kilos being loaded up for New Zealand's Jonathan Pye. Bars loaded for Jonathan Pye, New Zealand, 252.5. Bar is loaded for Gillian Sproul of Canada, 130 kilos. Three white lights, and it's a good lift there for Gillian Sproul. Next up on platform 1, we have Angela Lauder of Scotland. 145 kilos on the bar for her opener. Bar is loaded for Scotland. So no lift, unfortunately. 3 red cards for depth for Jonathan, and it's 3 white lights for Angela Lauder of Scotland. Frode Rui of Norway, 260 kilos on platform 2 up next. Sue Ellen Logg of New Zealand, 162 kilos on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Sue Ellen Logg of New Zealand on platform 1, 162.5. Bar is loaded for Rui of Norway, 260 kilos on platform 2. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand. Next up on platform 1, Siri Hugan of Team USA, 165 kilos, be followed by Pauline Watson of England. Bar is loaded for Hugan, 3 white lights and a good lift for Norway. Next up, we have Sean McCarthy on platform 2, representing Team Wales, 180 kilos on the bar. He'll be followed by Bensler, Linsky, and Scarf. 3 white lights and a good lift there for Hugan. Bar is loaded for Sean McCarthy of Wales on platform 2. Next up on 1, Pauline Watson of England, 170 kilos. Bar is loaded. Cosner, New Zealand, get ready. Three white lights for Sean McCarthy and 3 white lights for Pauline Watson. Marcel Benzler, Germany, 220 kilos, platform 2. Ali Cosner, bar is loaded for New Zealand, 172.5 on platform 1. Lisa Harrington, Great Britain, get ready, platform 1. Bars loaded for Marcel Benzler of Germany on platform 2. Three white lights and a good lift there for Ali Cosner of New Zealand. Next lifter on platform 1. Lisa Harrington, Great Britain, 182.5 kilos. Followed by Netherlands. Bars loaded for Lisa Harrington, Great Britain. Three white lights for Marcel Benzler of Germany. Good lift. Next up, Bert Linsky, Ireland, 222.5 kilos. Lovely looking opener there from Lisa Harrington. Three white lights, that is a good lift. Lapanda Mampiken of Netherlands up next, 190. Bars loaded for Bert Linsky of Ireland, 222.5. Scarf Fuller, get ready. Bars loaded for Mapinkin on platform 1, 190 kilos. It's a good lift for Linsky, 2-1, and it's 3 white lights for Mampikin of Netherlands on platform 1. Darren Scarf of Great Britain up next, 230 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. Canada coming out for 140 kilos for Gillian Sproul for her second deadlift. Bar is loaded for Gillian Sproul of Canada. Angie Lauder, get ready. Bars loaded for Darren Scarf, Great Britain. 230 kilos on the bar, Fuller and Pye to get ready. 3 white lights, a good lift for Gillian Sproul. Next up on platform 1 is Scotland's Angie Lauder, 157.5 kilos. Be followed by Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand. Bars loaded for Angie Lauder of Scotland on platform 1. "20 seconds on platform 2. And it's a big drive, 3 white lights, a good lift there for Angie of Scotland. And it's a big drive for Darren Scarf over on platform 2. Good lift, 2-1. Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand up next on platform 1, 172.5. Robert Fuller of Puerto Rico, 250 kilos on platform 2. Bars loaded for New Zealand, 172.5 on platform 1. Bars loaded for Sue Ellen Lug, New Zealand, platform 1. I don't see her, but she's got a minute. She might sprint on. Bars loaded for Robert Fuller of Puerto Rico, 250 kilos. 30 seconds for Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand. I see you're coming. 10 seconds, Sue Ellen. Quick as you can. Talk about leaving it to the last possible second, Sue Ellen. 3 white lights for Robert. It's unfortunately a no lift for Sue Ellen. 2 yellows. Jonathan Pye up next for New Zealand on platform 2, 252.5. Siri Hugan, 175 kilos for Team USA on platform 1. Jonathan missed this on his opener. Bar is loaded for Jonathan Pye in New Zealand. Bar is loaded for Siri Hugan. Jury has overruled that is a good lift now for Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand. Judy, you need to push your button again. 3 white lights and a good lift for Siri Hugan. Next up, we have Pauline Watson. Bars loaded for Jonathan Pye, New Zealand. Bars loaded for Pauline Watson. Three white lights, that is a good lift for Pauline. Ali Cosner, 185 kilos for New Zealand up next. Jonathan Pye of New Zealand, no lift, unfortunately, called 2-1 reds for depth. Riyad Solian of Norway up next on platform 2, 265 kilos. Bars loaded for Ali Cosner, New Zealand, 185 kilos on the bar. Harrington to follow. Bar is loaded for Solian of Norway. Three white lights, a good lift for Ali Cosner. Next up, Great Britain's Lisa Harrington, 195 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for Harrington, Great Britain, 195 kilos. 3 white lights and a good lift for Riyad Solian of Norway. Next lifter on platform 2, Frode Rui of Norway, 272.5. Great patience from Lisa there. Referees say good lift, 3 white lights. 220 kilos now on the bar for Netherlands. Lapanda Mapimkin, this will be for a world record in the M2s and also the M1s. Bar is loaded for Frode Rui of Norway, 272.5. Bar is loaded for Lapanda Mapimkin, Netherlands, to break the world record in the M1s and the M2s. Three white lights for Frode Rui. And it's a huge pull from Netherlands. What do our referees say? No lift, unfortunately. 3 blues, I think maybe for hitching. On to platform 2, Sean McCarthy of Wales, 190 kilos on the bar. Next up, Gillian Sproul, Canada, 147.5. 4 attempts for changes on platform 1. 147.5. 190 kilos for Wales, Sean McCarthy. Heading into third attempts, Bar is loaded for Sean McCarthy. Last squat, Sean. Bar is loaded for Gillian Sproul, Canada. Let's go, Jill. Last pull. Good lift 2-1 for Sean McCarthy. Let's lead to the lights for Gillian. It's a great final pool, 3 white lights. Bertlinski, platform 2, 227.5 kilos for Ireland. On platform 1, it's Angela Lauder of Scotland, 167.5 kilos loaded on the bar. Third squats and third deadlifts, they definitely do belong together. Third bench, no. Bar is loaded for Angela Lauder of Scotland, 167.5 kilos on the bar. Final pull, Angie. Bar is loaded for Bert Linsky of Ireland. Let's see it, Bert. Last bit of effort, Ange, come on. Make it count, Angie. Oh, not to be today, unfortunately. Big round of applause. I think she could have got 190. Next up, Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand, 177.5 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Siri Hugan of US. 3 white lights, it's a good lift for Bert Linsky of Ireland. There's an attempt change at platform 1. Next up on platform 1, Siri Hugan, 180 kilos for Team USA. On platform 2, we have Darren Scarf of Great Britain, 240 kilos. Bars loaded for Team USA, Siri Hugan, 180 kilos. New Zealand, get ready. Big drive. It was an absolutely enormous effort from Siri, not to be today, unfortunately. Huge round of applause, because what an effort that was. Bars loaded for Darren Scarf of Great Britain on platform 2. Next up on 1, Sue Ellen Lugg, New Zealand, 180 kilos. She'll be followed by Pauline Watson of England. Let's go, Darren. Bars loaded for Sue Ellen. 2 attempts for changes, platform 1. Big pull, Sue Ellen, come on. And it's a good lift, 2-1 for Darren Scarf of GB. Oh, it's a no lift, unfortunately, for Sue Ellen. Just a little bit too heavy today. Big round of applause. Jonathan Pye, New Zealand, up next on platform 2. 252.5 kilos for New Zealand. Platform 1, 187.5. 1 attempt for changes. Jonathan needs this squat to stay in the competition. Let's make sure we all get behind him as he comes out for this on his 3rd attempt. Pauline Watson coming out for 187.5. Bar is loaded for England on platform 1. Bar is loaded for New Zealand on platform 2. Come on, Jonathan, let's get it. You've got this, Jonathan. Let's sink it, Jonathan, come on. Drive up, Pauline. Just a bit too heavy for Pauline today, unfortunately. That is a no lift. Next lifter, platform 1. Ali Cosner, New Zealand, 192.5. Lisa Harrington to follow. Drive it up, Jonathan. Drive it up, Jonathan. Come on, stay with it. He gets it to the top. Referee says 3 white lights. Bar loaded. Ali Cosner, New Zealand. He stays in the competition. What a recovery. No more changes. Platform 1. Next up, Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico, 257.5 kilos on the bar. Platform 2. Big pull, Ali. Stick with it. Not to be today, unfortunately. A big round of applause for Ali Cosner of New Zealand. Next lifter coming out for 200 kilos, Lisa Harrington, Great Britain. Bars loaded, Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico, 257.5. Solian and Rui to follow. Harrington up next on platform 1, coming out for 200 kilos. Bars loaded for Great Britain's Lisa Harrington. 200 kilos on the bar for Lisa. Let's go, Robert. Last big squat. Drive it up, Lisa. Oh, just not today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Lisa Harrington of Great Britain. 220 kilos for Lapanda Mapinkin of Netherlands. 3 white lights is a good lift for Robert Fuller for Puerto Rico. Lapanda coming out for another attempt at the World M2 and M1 record here on platform 1. 220 kilos. Over on 2, 275 kilos for Norway's Riyad Solian. Let's get behind Lapanda as she comes out for another attempt at 2 world records in 1. Bars loaded for the Netherlands, 220 kilos. Bars loaded for Norway, 275 kilos. Let's get it, Lapanda. Big pull, Lapanda! Drive it up! Oh, it's just not to be today. Huge round of applause. It's an incredible effort from Lapanda. We'll head now straight into our next group on platform 1. Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland up first. 125 kilos for Lisa. 3 white lights is a good lift for Riyad Solian of Norway. Next up, Frode Rui of Norway. Bar is loaded for Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland. 282.5 for Norway's Frode Rui on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Bell. 125 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Norway on platform 2. 282.5 for Frode. Moving nice and easy for Lisa. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Next up, Senga Dent of Scotland. 125 kilos on the bar for Senga. Be followed by Ruelia of Spain. Bars loaded for Dent of Scotland. 3 white lights for Frode Rui of Norway. Good lift. That concludes the squats. We can now focus all of our attention on these deadlifts on platform 1. Be a 10-minute break on platform 2. Three white lights and a good lift for Senga Dent of Scotland. Next up, Eulalia Baltron-Vieta of Spain, 130 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded. Hope Powers, Australia, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift there for Spain. Next lifter will be Hope Powers of Australia. Bar is loaded. 130 kilos, bar is loaded. Let's go, Hope. 3 white lights, and it's a good lift for Hope Powers of Australia. Next lifter on platform 1, Linda McAfee of Scotland, 130 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand. Bars loaded for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Three white lights and a good lift there for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Next lifter on the platform, Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand, 145 kilos, to be followed by Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Bar is loaded for Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand. Three white lights is a good lift there for Elizabeth Hall. Ireland's Lorraine McKenna up next, 160 kilos, be followed by Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. Bars loaded for McKenna of Ireland. Three white lights is a good lift. Great Britain's Gillian Lomax up next, 165 kilos on the bar. Followed by Lillian Jackson of USA. Bars loaded for Gillian Lomax, Great Britain. Three minutes for changes on platform 2. Center ref. There we go. Three white lights. That's a good lift for Gillian. And then next up we have Lillian Jackson, 165. Bar is loaded for USA. Nice and speedy looking opener there for Lillian. Three white lights, good lifts. Next up, Elaine Jackson, 165 kilos for our lifter representing England. Bar is loaded. Let's see it, Elaine. Strong looking opener there from Elaine Jackson. Three white lights. That is a good lift. Next lifter, Imetalia of New Zealand, 192.5 kilos. Be followed by Patricia Johnson of Team USA. Bars loaded for Talia, New Zealand, 192.5 kilos. Trisha to get ready. Let's go, Emmy. Just under a minute for changes on platform 2. Lovely looking opener there from Ime. Good lit. Oh, I think good lift. I saw 2 white lights at the top. 3 white lights. I just manifested it. Team USA, Patricia Johnson up next, 210 kilos for her opener. Bar is loaded for Tricia Johnson. 210 kilos on the bar. For Team USA, Bell, Northern Ireland, get ready. No more changes, platform 2. Moves it well. What do our referees have to say? That's a good lift, 2-1. Next lifter will be Lisa Bell, 135 kilos on the bar for Lisa's second attempt. Bars loaded. Great effort there from Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland. She gets 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Next lifter, Eulalia Beltranvieta, España, 140 kilos on the bar, to be followed by Linda McAfee of Scotland. The bar is loaded for Spain. Just over a minute to lift off on platform 2. Three white lights, that is a good lift. We've had a phone handed into the jury table. Next up, we have Linda McAfee, 140 kilos. The bar is loaded for Scotland. Senga Dent to follow. Let's go, Linda. Just under a minute to lift off on platform 2. That rack height definitely doesn't look right for bench. 110 kilos for Derek Hayden of South Africa. Can we get our spotters and loaders to platform 2? Good lift, 3 white lights on platform 1. 140 kilos for Scotland. Senga Dent up next on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Scotland. 110 kilos for Derek Hayden for South Africa in about 15 seconds. Rack height 11 and 7. Rack height 11, safety 7. Big pull, Senga. Gets it to the top. What do our referees say? Good lift, 3 white lights. Hope Powers is our next lifter on platform 1, representing Australia, 150 kilos on the bar. Rack height 11, safety 7. On platform 2, Derek Hayden. Bar is loaded for Hope Powers, 150 kilos. Let's see a Hope. Bars loaded for Derek Hayden, South Africa, platform 2. 3 white lights, good lift for Hope Powers of Australia. Laban and Benj to get ready on platform 2. Next up, Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand, 160 kilos for her second. She'll be followed by Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Bar is loaded for Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Derek Hayden. This might be the most hype opening bench session of all time. Les Laban of New Zealand, 132.5 kilos for his bench opener. Let's lead to the lights on platform 1. It's 3 white lights for Elizabeth Hall. Lorraine McKenna of Ireland up next, 167.5 kilos on the bar. She'll be followed by Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Laban of New Zealand, 132.5. Bar is loaded for McKenna of Ireland. Bar is loaded for Laban of New Zealand. It's 3 white lights and it's a good lift for Lorraine McKenna. Next up, Gillian Lomax of Great Britain, 175 kilos. Dennis Bench to get ready on platform 2. Elaine Jackson on platform 1. Gillian Lomax, bar is loaded, 175 kilos for Great Britain. Lovely looking bench and opener there for Les. Gets 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Dennis Bench up next, 135 kilos for South Africa. Be followed by De Beer. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Gillian Lomax. Elaine Jackson, England, 175 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Elaine Jackson of England, 175 kilos on the bar. Lillian Jackson to get ready. Gets it to the top. Referees say good lift, 3 white lights for Elaine Jackson. Next up, Lillian Jackson of Team USA, 180 kilos. Bar is loaded for Lillian. Lovely looking second there from Lillian Jackson. She gets 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Bars loaded for Dennis Bench of South Africa, platform 2. 207.5 for Imitelia of New Zealand on platform 1 up next. Be followed by Patricia Johnson of Team USA. Meanwhile on platform 2, De Beer and Spitz to get ready. Bars loaded for Talia, New Zealand. Three white lights, a good lift there for Dennis Bench. Next up, Hermanus De Beer, 145 kilos. She makes it absolutely fly. It's 3 white lights and a good lift there for Ime of New Zealand. Next lifter on platform 1. Bars loaded for Hermanus De Beer on platform 2. Patricia Johnson, 220 kilos. Bar is loaded for Team USA. 3 white lights and a good lift for Hermanus de Beer on platform 2. 3 white lights and a good lift for Patricia Johnson on platform 1. Next up on 2, Frederic Spitz of France, 145 kilos. We're moving now into deadlift thirds. We now have the dream combination of bench openers and deadlift thirds. The vibes clearly do not match, but that is all right. Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland, 140 kilos for her third pool. Bars loaded for Spitz of France. Final pools of the championships for Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland, 140 kilos. McAfee of Scotland, get ready. Not to be today, unfortunately, for Lisa. 3 reds. Big round of applause for Lisa Bell. 3 white lights and a good lift for Frederic Spitz of France. Next up on platform 2, Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands, 150 kilos. On 1, Linda McAfee of Scotland, 147.5 kilos. Parks to be followed by Rogers and then Rada. Bar is loaded for Linda McAfee of Scotland. 147.5. Come on, Linda. Let's finish this competition strong. Bar is loaded for Parks, US Virgin Islands. Keep going, Linda. Stays with the bar. What do our referees say? 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Eulalia Beltran-Vieta, España, up next, 150 kilos, be followed by Senga Dent of Scotland. Bars loaded for Spain, 150 kilos. Three white lights, a good lift there for Garmes Parks of US Virgin Islands. Roger Rogers of Guyana up next, 157.5. Good lift for Eulalia, 3 white lights. Next up on 1, Senga Dent, Scotland, 160 kilos for her final pool of this championships. Hope Powers, Australia, get ready. On platform 2, we've got Roger Rogers of Guyana for 157.5. Bars loaded for Senga Dent of Scotland, 160 kilos for her final pool of the championships. Bars loaded for Rogers, Guyana. Big pool, Senga, it's moving, Senga, it's moving. Stay with it, Senga. The determination from Senga Dent. Burst. Oh, we've got us a good lift. 2-1. Hope Powers up next, 162.5. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Roger Rogers of Guyana on platform 2. Followed by Karel Rada. Bar is loaded. Judy has overruled. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for Senga Dent. Judy has overruled. Karel Rada, Czechia, 160 on platform 2, 162 for Hope Powers of Australia. Bar is loaded for Hope Powers of Australia. Bar is loaded for Karel Rada, Czechia. Huge pool, Hope. Stick with it, Hope. What an effort from Hope Powers. No lift, unfortunately, 2 blues. 3 white lights, it's a good lift for Karel Rada of Czechia. Next up on 1, Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand, 167.5. Nico Urios, Uruguay, 160 on platform 2. Can we have the coach for Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands, please come to the table? Bar is loaded for Nico Urios, Uruguay. Bar is loaded, Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand. Three white lights, it's a good lift for Nico. Next up, Darren Greville. No lift, unfortunately, for Elizabeth Hall. Darren Greville on 2, 160 kilos for Great Britain. Lorraine McKenna up next on 1 for Ireland, 175 kilos. Be followed by Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Darren Greville of Great Britain on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Lorraine McKenna of Ireland on platform 1. 175 kilos, Lorraine. Three white lights, it's a good lift for Lorraine McKenna. Next up, Gillian Lomax, Great Britain, 185. Followed by Elaine Jackson of England. Three white lights and a good lift for Darren Greville of Great Britain. Sharif Rabah of Lebanon up next on 2, 160 kilos. Bars loaded for Gillian Lomax. Bars loaded on 2. Just resetting the clock so that we can clean the bar for Gillian. Bars loaded, Gillian Lomax, Great Britain, 185 kilos. Elaine Jackson, England, get ready. Three white lights for Rabah on 1, 2. Side referee on 1. Good lift for Gillian Lomax. Next up on 2, Michael McQueen, USA, 170 kilos. That was a good lift for Gillian Lomax. Next up on 1, Elaine Jackson of England. 185 kilos for Elaine. Michael McQueen up next on 2, Team USA, 170 kilos. Bar is loaded for Elaine Jackson of England. Bar is loaded for Michael McQueen of USA. Drive it up, Elaine, come on! She sticks with it. What do the referees say? 3 white lights, the lift is good. Next up, Lillian Jackson, Team USA, 192.5 kilos. New Zealand to get ready. Bar is loaded for Jackson. 3 white lights, a good lift for Michael McQueen of Team USA. Canada's Mark Crandall up next, 172.5 kilos on the bar. He'll be followed by Scott Simon. Let's go, Lillian. Last big pull. Gets it to the top. Referee say good lift is 3 white lights for Lillian Jackson. Bars loaded. Mark Crandall, Canada. We have an attempt change at the table on platform 1. Let's see who is out next. Ime Talia, New Zealand, 212.5 kilos for her final deadlift. Three white lights, that is a good lift for Mark Crandall. Next up, we have Scott Simon, 207.5, center referee. Chief referee on 2. Chief, can you give a loud command for Scott, please? Bar is loaded for Ime Talia, New Zealand, 212.5 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Patricia Johnson. Bars loaded for Scott Simon, Great Britain. 3 white lights, and it's a good lift for Ime Talia, New Zealand. Final pull on platform 1 that comes from Team USA's Patricia Johnson. 230 kilos for Patricia. Three white lights is a good lift for Scott Simon. Final deadlift on platform 1 from Patricia Johnson, Team USA. 230 kilos, 117.5 on deck for Derek Hayden, Republic of South Africa, on 2 for his second attempt. Come on, Patricia. Let's finish this day on a high. 230 kilos on the bar. Let's get behind her. Absolutely huge attempt here. Drive it up, Patricia. Stick with it, Patricia. She looks it out. What do our referees say? 3 white lights. The lift is good for Patricia Johnson. Bars loaded. Derek Hayden, South Africa. That concludes our session on platform 1. I need a seat. And that's a good lift, 2-1 for Derek Hayden, yellow from our side referee. Les Laban of New Zealand up next, 137.5 kilos for his second attempt.
speed thing up. We have Commonwealth medals after this. I'm going to call you by your first names and your country. Is that good? We'll
And that
get
is
through
a
it.
good lift,
Fantastic.
2-1 for Mark Crandall of Canada.
Chris,
Next up,
my
Scott
reading
Simon,
ability, we might be here for another 20 minutes.
212.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt.
Thank you. Oh, come here, give me a hug. Oh, good to see you. I got a medal for the wrong
Need a
shoes.
2.5 kilo on the other side.
I've been the speaker. I volunteered, so I do apologize for the sneakers. There was no ref. All right, here we go. Okay. Who's missing a participation
Can you please
medal?
take away the blocks? Take away the blocks, remove the blocks, thank you.
If you just do 10 burpees. No burpees.
Bar is loaded
All right,
for Great
let's
Britain,
get
Scott
started.
Simon.
So we'll go straight through it in the 76 Master 2 category. Your bronze from Guyana, Nadia. From the USA, Joa with a silver, and Heather from Great Britain with the gold. Photos, here we go. Smiling, and thank you, ladies. Moving on to the bench press. The
Just drifted a little bit out. Drifted a little bit offline there, unfortunately, for Scott.
Faster than the computer.
We're going to head now into third attempts on bench. That was a no lift for Scott Simon.
Silver medal from New Zealand, Bobby Joe, and gold medal from the USA, Joa.
Next attempt is going to come from Derek Hayden of South Africa, 117.5 kilos on the bar.
Excellent. Thank you, ladies.
Bar is not quite loaded yet.
Right, moving on to
back height 11, safety 7.
Deadlift for 76 Master 2s. From Canada, your bronze medal winner.
Safety on this side.
From the United States, your silver medal winner, Joa.
Bars loaded.
And your gold medal winner from Great Britain, Heather. Awesome. Thank you, ladies. Let's go to the total. From Guyana with the bronze medal, Nadia. From Great Britain with the silver medal, Heather.
No lift.
And from the United States with the gold, and your new 76 Master 2 World Champion, Joa. See, and still good squats even after the deadlift. It's brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise for the national anthem of the United States of America? If we could all rise,
Bars loaded
please.
for Les Laban of New Zealand.
There are a couple of Master 3s and 4s here, so if you see one on the floor, help them up. Spoo, let's hit it.
That's a good lift and 3 white lights for Les. Dennis Bench up next. 145 kilos for South Africa. We followed by Hermanus de Beer and then Frederick Spitz. Bar is loaded for Dennis Bench, South Africa.
Thank you, ladies. Absolutely incredible. Can we give them all another woo? Thank you. Moving on to the Master 2 84-kilogram class in the squat with the bronze medal from the USA.
It's a huge fight there from Dennis. It's a no lift, unfortunately. 3 blue cards for downward movement. Great attempt nonetheless. Hermanus de Beer, South Africa, up next, 152.5. He'll be followed by Spitz, Parks, and Uriost.
Thank you, ladies. It's been such incredible support here tonight as well. It's been wonderful. Let's go over to the bench press. Your bronze medal winner from New Zealand in the bench press, Ali. Your silver
Bar is
medalist
loaded for
from
Hermanus
New
de Beer.
Zealand, and your gold medal winner from the United States, Suri. Thank you, ladies. Moving on to the deadlift. Your bronze medalist, from New Zealand, Ali. Your silver medalist from the Netherlands, Lapanda. And from Great Britain, your gold medalist, Lisa.
Good lift, 3 white lights for Hermanus. Frederick Spitz, France, 152.5 kilos on the bar next. Be followed by Garmes Parks, Nico Uriost, and Karel Rada. Rack height 11, safety 6.
Excellent. Thank you, ladies.
Bar loaded for Spitz of France.
In the 84-kilogram Master 2 class, your bronze medal winner from the United States, Suri. From Great Britain with a silver medal, Lisa. And your new 84-kilo Master 2 champion from the Netherlands, Lapanda. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise for the national anthem of the Netherlands?
A little bit too heavy today, unfortunately, for Frederic. No lift. Next up, Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands, 162.5 kilos. Nico Uriost to get ready. Bars loaded for Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Spoo. Thank you, ladies. All right, you lot, off the podium. All right. Moving on to the 84-kilogram Master 2s in the squat.
It's a good lift for Garmes Parks, 2-1. Nico Uriost of Uruguay, 167.5 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. He'll be followed by Karel Rada and then Darren Greville.
You know, the one time I don't say tracksuits and sports shoes. Well done, ladies. I take the full blame. Thank you. Let's move on to the
Bars loaded for Nico. No. Safeties.
It's been a long day.
Nico,
Let's bench
we're just
press.
adjusting the
I've run out of
safeties.
caffeine. Okay.
Bars loaded for
Your
Nico.
bronze medal winner in the bench press from New Zealand, Imi. From the United States with a silver medal, Patricia. And your gold medal winner from the United States as well, Lillian.
Good lift, 2-1 for Nico Uriost of Uruguay.
Well
Next
done,
up, Karel
ladies.
Rada, Czechia, 170 kilos. He'll be followed by Greville, Raba, and Rogers.
All right, moving on to deadlift with a bronze medal from the United States, Lillian. With a silver medal
Bars
from
loaded for
New
Karel
Zealand,
Rada of Czechia.
and from the United States with the gold, Patricia. Brilliant. Well done, ladies. Let's move total. Your bronze medal winner in the 84-kilogram Master 2 class from the United States of America, Lillian. Silver medal goes to New Zealand, Zimmy. And your new 84-kilo plus Master 2 champion, Patricia from the United States.
No lift, unfortunately, for
Ladies and
Karel.
gentlemen, would you please
Next up,
rise
Darren
for the
Greville,
national
Great Britain,
anthem of the
172.5.
United
He'll be
States
followed by Raba,
of
Rogers, and
America.
McQueen. Bars loaded for Darren Greville, Great Britain. 3 attempts to make changes on platform 2. That's a no lift, unfortunately, for Darren. 3 yellow cards.
Thank you.
Believe there was a change in his position.
Commonwealth medals
Next
up
up, we
next.
have Lebanon's Sharif Raba, 175
All right,
kilos
let's
on the
get
bar.
the
We followed by
Commonwealth
Roger
medals
Rogers,
back.
Michael McQueen, and then Mark Crandall.
In the master, even with my glasses, Commonwealth medals in the 76-kilo Master 2 category, squat goes to Guyana's Nadia.
Bars loaded
that's
for
where I
Sharif
start.
Raba,
Sorry, hang on, I'm starting
Lebanon.
with the first place. Let me start with third, excuse me. Bronze medal goes to South Africa's Bettina Botti as a girl. The bronze medal goes to silver goes to Canada's Karina. Sorry for the pronunciations. The printing is not great. And the gold medal goes to Guyana's Nadia.
Strong looking push there from Sharif. Oh, it's a no lift, unfortunately. A yellow and a blue.
The bronze medal goes to
Next up, we have
Guyana's
Roger
Nadia.
Rogers of
The
Guyana.
silver medal goes to New Zealand's Christina.
Coach will approach the jury.
And the gold medal goes to New Zealand's Bobby Joe.
Next up, 175 kilos for Guyana's Roger Rogers. 4 more lift for changes.
Okay, let's get to the deadlift. The bronze medal goes
Bar is loaded
to
for Guyana's Roger
Australia's
Rogers.
Kylie. The silver medal goes to Guyana's Nadia. And the gold medal goes to Canada's Emily. Fantastic. Thank you, ladies. Let's get to the total. The bronze medal in the 76-kilogram
That's a
Master
no
2
lift, unfortunately.
class
2 yellow
goes
cards.
to Australia's Kylie. The silver
Next
medal
up, we
to
have Michael
Canada's
McQueen,
Emily.
Team USA.
And your new champion
180
from
kilos.
Guyana,
Bar is
Nadia.
loaded, no more changes.
Okay. Oof. Would you please rise for the national anthem of Guyana? Could everyone stand for the national anthem of Guyana?
That's a no lift, unfortunately. Next up, Mark Crandall of Canada, 182.5. He'll be followed by Scott Simon, and then we'll head into Group 2. Bars loaded for Canada's Mark Crandall.
Thank you, ladies. Let's give our champions another woo-hoo again. There we go. Love it. Moving on to the 84s with the bronze medal in the squat, New Zealand's Ali. With the silver medal, Scotland's Lisa. And with the gold, New Zealand's Sue Ellen.
It was an amazing effort, just wasn't going to lock out today, unfortunately. Big round of applause for Mark Crandall.
With a bronze medal from
Final lifter in this group is Scott Simon of Team GB, coming out for 212.5. Also representing Scotland as a Commonwealth athlete at these championships.
And with a gold medal
212.5 got away from him on his second. I'm sure he's going to come out and smash it on his third attempt.
Thank you, ladies. Let's move on to the deadlift with the bronze medal in the deadlift from England, Pauline. Loving the energy with the silver
Bars
medal
loaded for Scott Simon. Come on, Scott.
from New
Let's get
Zealand,
after it this time.
Ali. And with a gold medal from Scotland,
Easy work, Scott. Come on.
Lisa. Fantastic. Let's move on to the totals. With the bronze medal.
That's a bit more like it. Referees say 3 white lights. The lift is good.
The silver medal goes to
Next up, we are going to go straight into Group 2. Sean McCarthy of Wales is up. 100 kilos for his opener, be followed by Jonathan Pye and then Bert Linsky.
Spoo, you know what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, please
Bars loaded
rise
for Sean
for
McCarthy
the
of Wales.
national anthem of Scotland.
Three white lights, that's a good lift for Sean McCarthy of Wales. Jonathan Pye, New Zealand up next, 147.5 for a lifter representing New Zealand. Be followed by Linsky of Ireland and Fuller of Puerto Rico.
Start to one. Fantastic. Thank you, ladies. Yeah, big one. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Bars loaded for Jonathan Pye, New Zealand.
84 kilograms squat. Your bronze medal goes to Australia's Hope. Your silver medal to England's Elaine. And your gold medal to New Zealand's Emmy.
Moves it
All right,
well,
thank you
gets three
so
white
much.
lights. That's a good lift for Jonathan. Berlinski of
In the
Ireland
bench
up next,
press,
150
your
kilos. Fuller and
bronze
Scarf,
medal
get
goes
ready.
to Northern Ireland's Lisa.
Bars loaded for Berlinski, Ireland.
Your silver medal to England's Elaine. And your gold medal in the bench
Bars loaded
press
for Bert.
to New Zealand's Emmy. Good lift. Oh, fantastic. All right, give him another shout, you lot. You go. There we go. Thank you. Moving on to the deadlift. Your bronze medal in the
Three white
deadlift
lights,
goes
that's a
to
good
New
lift.
Zealand's Elizabeth.
Next up, we have Robert Fuller. Robert Fuller up next, Puerto Rico, 157.5 kilos on the bar for Robert. Be followed by Darren Scarf and then Riyad
And
Sullivan.
the silver medal goes to England's Elaine.
Bars
And your
loaded for
gold
Robert
medal
Fuller, Puerto
to
Rico.
New Zealand's Emmy. Absolutely fantastic. All right, let's move on to the totals, which are better than mine. Wow. Okay, the bronze medal in the 84 kilogram plus Master 2 class goes to New Zealand's Elizabeth.
Three white lights and a good lift for Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico. Next lifter, Darren Scarf, Great Britain, 160 kilos.
Okay then.
Be followed by
The silver
Riyad
medal
Sullivan.
goes to England's Elaine. And I have to say it, Action Jackson.
Bars
And
loaded for
your
Darren
new
Scarf,
84
Great Britain.
kilogram Master 2 champion from New Zealand, Emmy.
Bars loaded.
New Zealand's boo. Yep. National anthems of New Zealand, please. Yes. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, cool.
Three white lights, and it's a good lift there for Darren. Riyad Solian, Norway, 162.5 kilos on the bar. We followed by Crane, Rui, and Benzler. Bars loaded for Riyad Solian.
Cool. Perfect. Okay, 100%. Here we go. Can we get one more? All right. If I could ask ladies all to get back into place, and then if we could ask our Commonwealth participants to please.
And it's
step
three white
forward
lights and a good lift for Riyad
for their
Solian of Norway.
participation medals, which
John
are
Crane, South Africa, up
Thank you.
next, 170 kilos on the bar. We followed by Frode
So all
Rui
Commonwealth
and
participants
Marcel
step forward,
Benzler.
please. And ladies, I'd just like to say this. It was an honor to be a referee for you on the platform. The courage and determination and sheer fight that I saw is unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. You all
Bars
had
loaded for
such
John
sweet,
Crane,
lovely
South Africa.
faces until you stepped under the bar on the squat plate, and it was doom, all business all of a sudden. Yes, Commonwealth participation medals. Anyone who's stepping forward. So, wow, you guys are all an inspiration. When we're done with these medals, folks, I'm going to ask you to give them a super big round of applause.
Good lift, 2 to 1.
And we will lead them out with the music.
Next up on this platform, Frode Rui, Norway, 170 kilos.
Pleasure. Well done, you guys. It was epic. Scary, some of you, but epic. Yeah, awesome.
Bars loaded for Norway.
Participation medal? Outstanding. Wait, any Commonwealth people not got participation medals yet? Yeah, there's one or two. Every time I see him, I think he's a coach coming to complain about something. No. All right, not complain. Just good. Right, Spoo, are you ready? Hit it. Let's make some noise for our champions. TC, would you lead them out, please? Yeah, this way. Here we go.
Three white lights and a good lift for Norway.
Oh, yeah.
Next up, we have Marcel Benzler, Germany, 175 kilos.
Well done. Well done. Fantastic. Well done. Well done. Well done. Outstanding. Well done. Well done. Well done. You're welcome. Well done. Well done. Well done, Liz. Well done. Ow. Well done. Well done. Well done, you. Well done.
Bars loaded.
Bonita, jammer. Well done. 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 Yes. Well done, Eli. You got it. Well done. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Well done. Thank you. Well done, you. Well done, you. Well done. Well done. And well done. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was a Hani whistle.
On now to second
Well, not that
attempts.
often in rugby in South Africa.
Sean McCarthy,